Love you, sticky dog. Sorry guys, just gonna plug in my charger real quick. Alrighty. This is pretty sweet. Got the setup going. What's up? What's up? Good morning. Currently throwing some braided line on my spool here. I believe this is 500 yard, 50 pound. Yeah, 50 pound. Just throw this bad boy on there. We got Bentley over here chilling in the background. He knows he's gonna get his walk in. Four-wheelers and fishing. Where do you get your braid? Hey, good morning, brother. I remember seeing the live stream yesterday. I appreciate you being here, man. Where do I get my braid at? That's a great question. I get my braid off of Amazon, which I have an Amazon affiliate link in my description. You can find that by clicking the little arrow whenever you click on my YouTube profile. If you want, you're more than welcome to use that at no additional cost. It does help support the channel, but yeah, just Amazon. Typically I get this right here is Beyond braid. This is what I'm throwing right now. It's gonna be 50 pound braid, and probably just gonna do some topwater frogging. Maybe do a little bit of I got a jig tied up as well in the back that kind of seems to be maybe the ticket, because right now I'm looking at the water, I don't really see too much action, so I'm gonna get this line on here just in case, and probably hit the water here soon. But yeah, Amazon's a great place to get a lot of line at, even like Beyond braid. If you're just looking at, that was funny, I didn't mean to be like further past braid. Fluorocarbon and monofilament are also really good options to pick up on Amazon as well. Like you can find bulk spools of Seaguar, Brazex, Invisex, Tatsu I believe is on there as well. There's just a lot of good stuff for a really good price on there, and yeah, don't be afraid to go check it out for sure. It won't harm anything. You might find a good deal. I know they had Prime deals going just the other day. Let me take all this old line off. I know they had Prime deals going the other day, and I think that, what was it, like, I saw some lines going for, I think it was like 20, 30, 40% off, so you could really find some stuff, and they might have some after Prime deals as well. So I know it literally just ended yesterday, but I'm sure that they got some stuff still at a great price. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing great. I am currently just taking this old line off of this reel. I've got my little box here with reel or spool of line, excuse me, and I'm gonna just slap it on there for some topwater fishing. I got a jig tied up in the back with 15 pound fluorocarbon, and yeah, like I was telling four-wheelers and fishing, it might be the ticket. What's your favorite fishing brand? That's tough, man. I don't really have a favorite fishing brand. Like, I like all of them for certain specific reasons. Like, it's just dependent on the type of fishing I'm doing. Like, to be honest, which one do I have the most fun with? I actually have the most fun with Guggen. Like, when I throw their baits, I just feel like every bit of excitement and joy, like I was a kid fishing again. But that's kind of cliche. So, like, what brand do I like the most when I'm tournament fishing is probably like Berkeley's right up my alley, or even Gary Yamamoto's. It's tough to decide. I like a lot of brands. Gibland, are you about to fish? Yes, I am totally about to fish. I'm just getting this line off of this reel. I'm gonna throw some 50-pound braid on, some Beyond braid on here, so I had a top water spool, and yeah. Melty telephone. You pond fishing or on lake? It's just a small pond. It's just a local pond. What died on your head? That's funny, bro. I wonder if you're bald. It's cool, bro. Being bald is power. What's my favorite topwater? Oh, that's a great question. In terms of like what's my favorite topwater to throw in general, no brand, no nothing, probably a topwater popping frog, just because I feel like I can do the most with it. I can walk it. I can do a lot with it. My left air molecule exploded. What is Mauricio talking about? Do I have bad? Is my audio bad? Whooper, do the Thailand dance. I don't even know what that is, bro. And or nah, need a haircut, brother. Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna grow this out till I look like a wizard. No, I'm just kidding, but I need to do something with it. I just woke up, man. I just woke up and was like, bro, I'm gonna turn the live stream on. I didn't barely do nothing. I just brushed my teeth, washed my hand, and I was like, I'm gonna just jump straight on the live stream. So don't judge me too hard, bro. Golly. I'm trying to find my cutters right now. You brush your teeth. Who brushes their teeth? You don't believe it. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm a gross guy. I don't brush my teeth. What? It's getting glitchy. I mean, I'm at a pond. It's not going to be the best of service here at the pond, guys, so y'all are going to just have to bear with it. I can't really do too much about it. Like, if you've ever recorded or if you've ever live streamed by the water, you know what I'm talking about. It's going to happen. Like, I'm just going to drop. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. What's up, Sadie Queen? What's good? I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. You can make fun of me. Yeah, the service isn't gonna be good, guys. I'm at a pond, and when you're recording by water, Wi-Fi does not travel good across water, so it's gonna be tough. The internet's gonna drop. That's gonna happen. Y'all are gonna have to bear with it. That's why you don't see a lot of people live streaming pond hopping. I'm gonna try my best to make it happen for y'all, but y'all are gonna have to expect the drops, guys. Like, if you've ever tried to live stream by the water, you'll know what I'm talking about. Even if you just pull out your phone by the water, go pull out your phone, you won't even have service in some areas, especially if you're like on a boat or something. Wi-Fi does not travel good across water. Kenneth said sub. Thank you. Well, hopefully you catch a fish, though. That would be so cool. I need all the fishing help I can get. Catching or not, I still enjoy it. Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. Golly, I cannot get this undone. There we go. Got all the old line out. Got some of the new line right here. And we got the reel. Made sure I got all the line out of there, all the old gunk and stuff like that. Now I got my new line right here. It's just 50-pound braid, and I'm gonna throw it on this reel for some top water action. Bro, nice bait caster. Hey, thank you, brother. So it's here, I'll show you once I spool it up, but it's a all black and blue combo with the black and blue line. It's pretty sweet. It's probably one of my favorite combos as well. Alrighty, got the line through here. Line through here. And I'm gonna take the side plate off of my reel, take the spool out. Now, luckily this reel has, like, I don't know if you guys are seeing that. Let me see if I can get it closer, but it's got like a little, it's got like a slot for my braid to go through, which is really nice and handy dandy. You can pretty much tie whatever knot you wanted. I like to go with a pally knot, especially whenever I'm using braid. I just think a Palomar knot does not slip, pun intended. What's the brand of that reel? It is Lose. It is a Lose. It's a Lose LFS speed spool. I don't even think they make it anymore. You could try Googling it though. Just Google a Lose LFS or LFS speed spool. I believe it's a 7.3 to 1. 7.5 to 1, excuse me. It's rated for inshore, saltwater, and freshwater. So the reason I got it mainly is because I like to take it and hit some of these brackish water ponds whenever I go to Galveston and the Gulf of Mexico and stuff like that. It's a really nice little, it's a nice reel, man. It's held up for me. I've had it for about 4 or 5 years now. It's going strong. It feels like literally brand new. Started bait casting last year. Every time I think I got it, backlash reminds me that I'm not that good and should stick to my spinning reels. Nah, don't feel like that, Kenneth. Even the best of the best pro fishermen backlash. The case for them though is they have so many rods and reels lined up that they'll backlash and just throw it in their rod locker and pull out a brand new one. For us, it's pretty tough on the water, especially if you're a pond hopper, if you're a bank fisherman. Whenever you get out there, if you backlash, it literally feels like you're screwed if you don't have a spool of line with you. And even if you do, you're gonna end up having to cut some of the line out if you can't get it undone. It's frustrating, I know. Just don't let it get to you, Kenneth. It happens to the best of us. It might happen to me today. If the live stream runs fine when I'm out there on the water, I'll probably end up backlashing. It happens. It's part of fishing. Sorry guys, I'm just tying up a quick Palomar knot. Well, I guess it's not so quick. like so. No, not like so. The line broke on me. Okay. That's why you always test your knots. I always give them a real nice tug. See, even I tie bad knots, even I backlash. Everybody does something wrong sometimes. When in doubt, improved clench it out. I just don't want to spend too much time on this right here. I want to get out there on the water for y'all. How often do I fish? That is a great question, four-wheeler. I fish literally every single day if I can, if the weather permits. Every single day I'm out on that water. It's kind of my one true, well, it's not my one true passion, but I love fishing to death, man. I'll do this every day if I can. How about you guys? How often do y'all fish? Oopie Doopie said, bro, I carry one spinning rod and one bait casting rod for heavy and light stuff. And if I backlash, you think it'd be smart? Hold on, let me reread that. Bro, I carry one spinning rod and one bait cast rod for heavy and light stuff. And if I backlash, you think it'd be smart? I didn't get the last part. You think it'd be smart, but I think it's smart to carry one spinning rod and one bait casting rod for heavy and light stuff. I do think that's smart. If you backlash, it does suck. There's not really much you can do about it, but it is smart to carry a couple rods with you. Like in my car, I'll legit keep sometimes like 4, 5, or 6 rods. Right now, I only have 2 because I knew that I was only going to be out here for an hour or 2 to just do some quick fishing and hop out. So I wanted to focus on a specific technique, but if I'm going to be out on the water all day, I'll carry like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rods. I don't care. I'll take the whole dang shebang out. Dang, we got 20 people in here. What's up, everyone? Alrighty. That's a good knot. That's a knot I can trust. Take our spool, put it back in our side plate here. Careful. Boom. Then take our side plate, go over top, slide down, lock him in place. That's all there is to it. So now I'm going to take my little screwdriver box with this reel, or spool, excuse me, and I'm going to spool up right here in the car with nothing but this stuff that I have on me. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm going to give it my best shot. Take something like this under here. Make sure my drag is tight. Check the chat before I start. Brother said, dang, bro, I'm broke from buying those 2 rods. Yeah, man, that's how I started out. When I first got into fishing, I used to just go to Walmart and buy like a $45 spinning reel and rod and just rock out with that. And that's how I started for a very long time. And then, you know, as the years progress, you start collecting more and more equipment, and that equipment in turn will hold its value depending on how high quality it is, right? Like I got some stuff that it's been chilling for like 7 or 8 years now, and maybe even more. Like there may be some 10-year-old stuff, I'm just not positive, and it holds up, man. It's good stuff. You just got to make sure you're buying into what you know is something that's quality. But you'll get there, brother. I believe in you. Oopie doopie, one day you'll have a full arsenal, which I'm going to do a whole rod and reel breakdown arsenal video on my channel, so y'all be looking out for that. Dopest Diecast 2003, what is up? You said, what do you think about one-piece rods? What do I think about one-piece rods? I think the world of one-piece rods. Most of what I fish is a one-piece rod. With that being said, I'm also a huge fan of like telescopic, cheap, affordable rods, or like a breakdown rod. Like, I like all sorts of fishing. I think you just have to be aware of the equipment that you're using, right? Like, I wouldn't take a telescopic rod and go do like inshore fishing or try and catch like I wouldn't go and try and catch like massive drum with a telescopic, you know what I mean? Like, I would go catch some panfish, some crappie, maybe some small bass, and it works out just fine. Granted, if you have some sort of a really nice telescopic, like I know Daiwa makes these ones called like the something, like the cast some, I don't even remember, bro. Crazy stuff though. Daiwa makes some really nice telescopic rods, and then they got some they got some two-piece rods. Penn makes some really nice 2-3-piece rods, but some really nice stuff. But one-piece rods are typically what I rock with everything. Like, I think it just, you have the most sensitivity with a one-piece rod, you have the most durability, the most backbone. You know, you feel the most comfortable. There's not any sort of point that you could feel like there's a weak point, you know what I mean? I fish once or twice a week. That's good, bro. As long as you're getting out on that water, I think it's healthy to get outside, get some sun on your skin, get some fresh air. Just, you know what I mean? Just get out there and have fun doing it. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Kenneth, the box is smart. I usually just put a pen through the spool and hold it with my toes. Yeah, that works too. You can definitely do that. I just kind of like to do this for moments whenever I'm, like, for example, like right here, I'm inside of the car. I got my live stream set up. I got a steering wheel in front of me, so I don't really have that much space. I probably could still do it, but it's just easier for me. Like, I could probably talk to you guys and start spooling this up if I really wanted to, which is probably not a good idea, but let's go for it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Did I overspool it? But this is a black and blue combo right here. We got all black and blue. Line, man. I'm fishing with a one-piece rod. Two-piece rods typically they're pretty sensitive, and they hold up great. I mean, my surf rod, it's a do something that's unrealistic with your equipment. But golly, I need to get some better cutters. These are dull. There we go. All right. Oopie doopie said W. W's. I got my first big caster month. I'm trying to find a spot with better service, guys. I do apologize. y'all can hear me at this point. I'm going fishing. So what's good, bro? What's good? I'm about to do some fishing, hopefully, but the service is pretty bad, and I won't be able to read the chat, guys. So I'll just make sure I'm checking it as much as I can. I think I'm gonna start out with the jig. Hope you guys can see everything fine. Service is not going to be the best the closer I get to the pond, guys. Just remember that. That's first cast. Really just a quick flip. This is that reel that we spooled up last night. What's good, guys? I hope everything's okay. I hope y'all can see everything. Y'all let me know in the chat if y'all can see everything okay, if y'all can see my reel, my rod, if y'all can see the pond, and if my big old hair ain't in the way. Make sure our drag is set where we want it. And now we start doing some fishing. Seems like everything's still good. What pound braid should I put on my bait caster rod right now? There's 20-pound mono on it. It depends. It depends what you're doing. What kind of fishing are you doing? If you're frogging, if you're fishing a topwater frog, I recommend 50-pound braid, but that's because that's what I think I'm fishing around constantly is heavy cover. And it's like a lot of grass. Like you see all this grass mat vegetation. Braid is perfect for cutting through grass mats and vegetation. With that being said, braid is not good around wood or rock, in my opinion. I think fluorocarbon has a lot more abrasion, and it kind of has like this, just like it deflects better off cover. It doesn't have a tendency to want to wrap up around it, whereas braid almost has like a sawing effect. It kind of cuts into the wood, and it really just doesn't want to come out. So 50-pound braid if you're frog. This is unfortunate, guys. The more I walk in this direction, the more I lose connection. Yeah, that was funny, that rhymed. The more I walk in this direction, the more I lose connection. The more I go in this direction, the more I get in it. No, I'm just kidding. The more I go in this direction, though, it seems like the service is better. But I don't feel like there's many fish in that way. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Oh, they're eating topwater. They're eating topwater. I just watched one explode. See, this is why we tied on the braid. I'm just gonna go switch to it. Like I already saw something jump and explode over there. I'm not gonna waste any time. If they're willing to eat a topwater, I got one tied on. right now what I'm doing is just dragging around a football jig. So right here's just a plain 1/2 ounce football jig. I got a little bandito bug tied on as a trailer. And yeah. It looks like it's about to storm on us. I don't know if y'all can see the clouds up there. That looks horrible. But whatever happens, happens. If it starts storming on us, I'll just bounce out of here. I'm not too worried about it. I'm just dragging around this football jig. All right, let's switch up. Anglers and Fishing says, what is your PB? My PB, only like a 5, probably like a 5-pounder or 5.5. I don't think I've broke over 6. To be honest with you, pretty much just touched something gross. Oh, my frog is back here. I don't know what I'm doing. Check this out, guys. What y'all know about this? Huh? What y'all know about this? I'm gonna film a video on this here soon. I've had this for a few years now. It's a little setup. Okay. We're gonna have to do something about this. What's your PB? My answer to that, I already said, was 5 or a 5.5 pounder. I'm not sure if the audio caught it. I do apologize for that. Bro, why is this not working? Dang, this is unfortunate. Trying to get my little power box to work here, but it seems like it's not wanting to charge. All right, well, I don't want to waste. Oh, there we go. Seems like the cord is just a bit messed up. Well, I'm not exactly sure why this is happening. gonna have to work. I'm gonna have to rock with what I'm got. Two, three, four. Or maybe like a booster, but that'll come with time. All right, we're Gucci. I got my frog right here, just a black and blue frog. I'm gonna tie him up. Hey, it's okay, buddy. Hello. In the car, for those that were watching. If you weren't, it's all good. No, there's not really much to say right now. Just make a couple casts here with this topwater frog. Oh, that's a beautiful cast. What's up, everybody? Shout out to all 7. Hopefully I can get on a fish before this storm comes in. This weather is looking pretty bad. It was storming all day yesterday, so it may have these fish kind of feeling weird. That doesn't mean we're not going to try. Yeah, the internet just gets worse the more I go out in this direction. I literally see them exploding over here, so I'm going to try and push my limit. You can hear me. Here. just gonna try different retrieves and techniques. Hopefully we can get on a fish before the storm comes through. Right now I just bombed him out there, giving him some quick little pops. Hop, hop, working him back, walking him back. Like, the turtles are super interested in my frog. Like, this one's chasing it. Let's see how close we can get him in. No, he's already quit. I don't know. All right, guys, I just really can't go that way. The internet's just gonna keep dropping on us. I'm gonna hit this side and hope we have some luck. Yeah, see, it hasn't dropped once we came over here. What age did you start fishing at? I started fishing when I was very, very little. Probably like the age of 3, I started bluegill fishing, pan fishing. And then when I was about like 10 or 12, I started moving on to bass fishing. And that's when I really fell in love with fishing. And I've just been in love with it ever since. I've done a lot of cat fishing. I've done a lot of white bass fishing as well. But I just think that largies, spotted bass, and smallies have my heart for sure. And I still love bluegills. I still love catching bluegills. So it seems like on either sides of the pond. So whenever I go to move, you know what I mean, to cover water, as you do as a bank fisherman, I can't. The phone's just going to drop on either side. The only safe spot seems to be like right here in front of the pond on the road. Second issue we ran into, I got onto that side over there and I got a little baby explosion. It was probably like a 1.5 pounder, and that wasn't even on stream because when I looked down, my phone was overheating. So maybe this is something that would work better in the fall, springtime, maybe even the winter, because it won't be so hot. But right now in the summertime, as you can see, the sun is out over here, and then over here, it literally looks like it's gonna storm. Like, this is Texas weather for y'all. Sun in my face on one end, clouds all over the place on the other, and it looks like it's gonna storm. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know if the clouds are messing with the reception, and the sunlight obviously is making things really hot and humid, so my phone doesn't want to work. But there's a lot of bad stuff going on here. I'm great that I'm using this as a learning experience, or I'm happy, excuse me, that I'm using this as a learning experience, but I might have to just stick to fishing the front side. There isn't much structure right here, and this is the first spot everyone hits when they pull up. Like, legit, this is the first spot people hit up when they show up here. It's just like right there, you know what I mean? So I'm really limited, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try and catch a fish from this spot. They are eating. Like I said over there, I got a little baby explosion. Unfortunately, that wasn't on the live stream. But it just gives me confidence that they're at least biting, you know what I mean? If I can catch one fish standing right here, that'd be cool.
hopefully I can get onto a fish right here, guys, because I can't really move much from this spot.
Yeah, I don't even know if, are we still connected? Someone feel free to let me know if it's laggy, if we're connected, or
what we're working with, because I feel pretty limited right now. Oh, was that a bite though? Huh. Either I'm dragging over some structure or there's a fish there. No, that just feels like structure. That don't feel like no fish. But structure is a good thing. Welcome back, everyone. I hope y'all can hear me all right. I hope y'all can see everything all right. Feel free to let me know if it's kind of bad quality, if the audio's bad, whatever it is, talk to me. Oh. Even the turtles are coming up to eat topwater. This is interesting. I'm seeing bass and turtle alike suspending and eating topwater. So I don't think the jig is the move, but
yeah, okay. Seems like I'm not losing connection in this spot. I'm just literally going to stand in one place and fish and pray for the best. I don't know what else to do. Can you hear me now? Is it, oh. How about now? Is there audio now? Four-wheeler fishing? Four-wheelers and fishing? Golly. This is just a struggle fest right now. I'm trying to get this camera set up. You can hear me now? Okay, cool. That's unfortunate. I didn't realize that the mic was muted. Golly, that stinks. So I'll give you all a quick breakdown of how things went. Things did not really go how we wanted. It was pretty bad. It's pretty bad out there. It was hot. It was humid. The clouds were just overcasting everything. My phone kept wanting to overheat. My phone kept wanting to die because it was just experiencing so many complications. Like, it was trying to constantly reach signal. There was no signal by the water. I mean, that's a common thing whenever you're fishing by any sort of body of water. Wi-Fi doesn't really travel well across water, so seems like depending on where you are and the body of water, the connection is either worse or better. There was a second pond, I'm not sure if y'all saw when I was walking my dog Bentley, that actually had a lot better connection. And I was explaining, there's a basketball hoop that's right next to that pond, and I was shooting hoops, and the ball fell from over the fence and into the pond. And I was just talking about it in the video, and as I looked down, there was literally a brand new basketball just sitting in the water waiting for me. So I snagged it, and yeah, I have a brand new ball now. I gotta bring it inside. It's still in a Jeep, and I probably should clean it off because it's kind of covered in some pond grass and stuff like that. But I'm excited, man. I lost a way worse basketball. The one I had was really, really beat up, and the one I found was like a brand new NBA ball. So I don't know. I thought I was done for. I thought I was cooked and wouldn't be able to ever hoop again. So I'm excited to get back out there and get some shots up. But yeah, man, overall, it was a great learning experience, and I kind of just used it as an experiment to see how the live stream would go on the water. I knew it was going to be difficult. I knew it was going to be tough. I didn't expect it to be this bad because I did not take into account the weather today. It's just straight overcast, cloudy, which is not good for your signal. And then on top of it, the sun was still out in between the clouds, and it was hot and humid. It's almost like 90 degrees, and it's going up. So it just wasn't working out for me. Everything was kind of against me. The phone just kept overheating, just kept losing signal. I kept trying to walk the banks so that way I could give y'all, you know, like whenever you pond fish, you got to kind of work the bank, you know what I mean? There's just no way. I just kept losing connection and overheating, but I did get blown up on by like a 1.5 pounder, just a little tiny guy. Splashed on it. I looked down to see if the camera was recording or excuse me, live streaming, and it completely wasn't. It was overheating, so I kind of figured at that point it wasn't really it wasn't going to work out because, you know, you guys are going to miss out on the action. You guys are probably not even hearing half of what I was saying half the time. But feel free to let me know, guys. You know, just let me know what you were able to experience and see if it was just like really laggy the entire time, if it was worth it or not. I do know now what I need to go back to fix. So like, I need to get more dialed in the sense of I need better internet connection, which means I might need to contact my provider and pay for better internet. That's something I could probably make happen. I need to go out on a better day, obviously. Like, it does not need to be overcast, storming, yet 90-something degrees outside, humid. It's just going to be too hot on the phone that's already running. It's already running a live stream off of its own connection. So it's going to get really hot just doing that by itself, regardless, even if I was sitting in a fully AC'd out room. Yeah, there's just give and takes to live streaming, and doing it by the water, it's a lot more difficult. That's why a lot of people don't really do it, you know what I mean? You won't see too many live streams on the water, but I'm going to do my best to get more and more dialed in every time that we do it, and hopefully I'll get to a point where it's just perfectly crystal clear live feed. Y'all can see me fishing just fine. Yeah, that would be great. That'd be the goal. But for our second live stream, I don't think it went bad. I tried to stay in one place for the most part and just fish.
and not move around too much, because also whenever you move around, you're constantly pinging signal, and it's just like you're moving from spot to spot to spot. It's going to mess with the connection. Some areas are going to be more dead than others. Yeah, it's just a whole lot of learning that I had to go through. It's a big learning curve. What's the biggest bass you've ever caught? I saw that question a lot. I don't know if you guys heard my answer. I said it was a 5 to a 5.5 pounder. At the time, we actually didn't even have a scale. It was me and like 3 other buddies. We were out fishing, and we all kind of just agreed that it was a 5, or it was at least over a 5. It was like a 5 and some change. So, yeah, that really does stink. But now I have a scale. Let me show you the scale that I'm going to use. And I showed it off in my unboxings, but we got us a Rapala touch screen. Comes with the lip grips, comes with the culling system. Pretty much everything you'd want as a tournament fisherman, or even just as a bank fisherman if you want a really nice scale. You could just get, you know, just a cheap, affordable one. I kind of went with the higher end one because I do fish tournaments from time to time. As well as I just wanted the most accurate reading. And I do practice for tournaments quite often. So this right here, it lets you keep track of your like past 8 fish weighed. I don't know if you can see that right there. It's like boop, 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 or whatever. It's got 8 of these little notches that'll weigh and keep track of every single fish. And then it'll give you your total weight. It'll give you the weight of the fish that you currently have on the scale. There's just a whole lot to it. It's got a beeping sound to it, so you can hear it visibly when it's scaled, I think. Yeah, it's good stuff, and I believe that I think it's like a solar power on the touchscreen. Then it requires 2 AA batteries to run the scale, so it's really not bad. And you know, it's Rapala, so it's gonna probably work just fine. But we finally got a scale, guys. We got a scale for the channel. We will be using it every single time we can, every time we remember to take it. And I'm not gonna be one of those fake YouTubers that's like, oh, we forgot the scale, we forgot. No. I'll keep it with me, guys. I'll make sure to keep it with me. If I do forget it, I'll genuinely, like, y'all will know, you know what I mean? But I kind of hate whenever YouTubers are like, oh, I left the scale every single video. It's like, all right, buddy, I don't think you want to take the scale. You don't want to see what you're catching, which that's fine, but I don't know. Y'all make sure to stay hydrated, guys. Alright, I just got home. I'm gonna set this fan up real quick so it doesn't get too hot in here. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick, and then I'll probably get into spooling some more line for you guys, honestly. At least I got this braid on there. That's, you know, like, that's not too bad. Still got a lot left of it. I'm not really sure if you guys were able to see the camera angle while I was at the pond, but I hope you guys were. I was trying out a new chest mount that I got. I need a new battery, or I need a new cord, excuse me, for my external battery. The cord kept dying out on me, wanting to not charge, so there's that as well. Oh, golly goodness. Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to set this camera up in a manner that it's not going to just fall every second. Alright, it's going to work. Got the old box. Man, I still haven't even decided if I'm going to throw 25 or 20 pound fluoro on my reel. I really cannot decide. I might just take them out and feel them both, and whichever one I'm feeling, but I'm gonna go wash my hands, guys, freshen up a little bit. My hair's looking crazy. Get this fan turned on.
Alrighty, I am back.
What is up, guys?
That was a little bit of a tough day on the water right there. Just trying to work the live stream, get stuff figured out, and then like just the fact that it kept dropping over and over, man, that was frustrating. But it is what it is. You know, I really genuinely feel like I learned a lot from that, and yeah, I don't know. Does braid tangle more than mono does? That's a great question. Depends on what you're throwing. So like, the best way I could explain it is I think monofilament doesn't tangle as much, mainly due to the fact of whenever you get a piece of, like, let's say you get a piece of braid and you fold it over on itself, it'll stay in that shape. When you get a piece of mono and you fold it over, it kind of has a tendency to want to bounce back to its original shape, which means that whenever you're fishing something that has treble hooks, or whenever you're fishing like a prop bait or something like that, it's less likely to snag up on the treble. Like braid really wants to wrap around stuff because it doesn't have any sort of memory, or it doesn't have any sort of like yeah, it just doesn't have any memory. It's as loose as can be. So once it starts wrapping around something, it'll keep going. Or like if you get a braid backlash, oh my gosh, you cannot pick it out. It's gonna take forever. If you get a fluorocarbon or a mono backlash, it tends to not be as difficult to get undone. That's just my experience. Also, if you get braid caught around a treble hook, that's pretty terrible. If you get braid caught up in your propeller of your prop bait, that's also pretty terrible. So I think mono definitely tangles up less just because it has a tendency to want to maintain its shape, as well as it's more buoyant and it's more, I guess I want to say like abrasive almost, or abrasive, what is the word, abrasion resistant? Yeah, it just kind of has this tendency to want to like bounce back to its original shape, and it doesn't really want to tangle itself up too much. Now, granted, once you get to really thin diameter lines, it doesn't matter. Like really thin monofilament is almost dang near going to behave like braid. Like it's just so thin, it's going to want to wrap up and tangle into it. It happens. That's just a part of fishing, I think. But getting the most dialed in that you can as a fisherman is how you're going to be more efficient on the water. Efficient, oh pun intended there. It's yeah, it's just give and take and figuring out what you like, what's preference, and what works well with the lure you're throwing and the weight you're throwing. And yeah, I mean, I personally throw braid on almost everything. Like, I don't throw direct mono anymore unless I'm throwing like a trout rod. If I'm throwing one of my trout spinning rods, and it's like 6-pound mono, 4-pound mono, 2-pound mono, I'll do that. But even then, I'll probably do like a 10-pound braid with a backing of mono. So I don't know. I think braid is just a all around better, especially for top water. I like to have a direct connection. Like when a fish takes your frog, you need to give them a second, of course, because you're using braid to actually set the hook, because you have such a direct connection that whenever they hit that frog, you could hook set and all they have is the skirt, those little leg materials at the end. So with braid, there's a learning curve. You have to like kind of give it a second, then set the hook. But I think it's better. I think it's better to immediately be able to set the hook and apply pressure and then reel into that line, like reel up all that line and immediately just keep the fish pinned, especially because most of the time when you're fishing a topwater, you're going to get a big strike. And then most of the time when you're fishing stuff like a frog or you're flipping and pitching, it's typically because there's a lot of heavy cover and you want to throw something that's snagless. Like a flipping and pitching setup is technically Texas rigged, it's Texposed. You can't, the hook isn't really completely fully penetrated. And then same for a frog. You know, like a double frog hook is literally almost completely concealed on the top of a frog bait. So I think braid is probably the better option to go with on top water. Tangles up less, cuts through grass easier, cuts through lily pads, cuts through stuff like that. But again, it really just depends what you're fishing. For the longest time, I used to throw monofilament on a topwater prop bait, or excuse me, on a topwater walking bait, just because I felt like the monofilament had more of a like a bounce to it. So whenever I'd kind of give it like a twitch to walk the dog, it almost seemed like the action was way better. It sashayed way cleaner than on braid. But again, that was just a learning curve. I had to learn that, okay, because I have a direct connection with the braid, I need to be a little bit more sensitive whenever I'm trying to walk the dog. I don't need to be as aggressive. So yeah, I mean, like right now I still have monofilament on one of my reels. I think it's something I keep on there because sometimes I just feel like I get more bites on mono than I do braid. That could just be due to the invisibility of monofilament. It's way less visible than braid, so there's a positive there. Every line has its positive and negative, right? I don't think you should discredit any line. There's just pluses and minuses to everything. Braid probably does tangle more than mono. Mono probably isn't going to hold up to as big fish as braid, but there's people that fish 20-pound mono, 15-pound mono. They get up there so high that the mono practically has little to no stretch and it performs like a braid. But at that point, I feel like you genuinely should just go with a braid, have way thinner diameter. It's going to operate way smoother through your line, through your guide, through your spool, through your little eye that runs back and forth, pretty much everything. I caught 7 fish yesterday on braid. Austin the Goat, $17.99. What's up, man? Good to have you here. Yeah, man, I think braid is the way to go for the most part whenever I'm flipping, pitching, topwater, and even like down here in the South. I was just talking about this with a group of some fishing Discord gentlemen. Down here in the South, almost everybody throws direct braid for the most part, and it's doable. It's possible, especially if you get like a low vis green. It's not like the fish are really going to see it, and it's going to allow you to get through so much cover. Having a direct connection, it's going to allow you to set the hook that much better, keep fish pinned. I will say this though, with braid, it's a learning curve. There are certain nuances that you have to pick up on that if you don't, it's going to cost you fish. Like, you need to relax. Don't set the hook too early because you have that direct connection. Let them really get your bait in. Be careful whenever you do set the hook and whenever you're keeping that fish pinned, because you have such a strong line on that you've blown a hole inside of that fish's mouth. Like, anytime you're fishing braid, there's going to be a hole for the most part because it's a lot of tension. It's a way stiffer line, right? There's no stretch in braid. So you need to be careful when you're keeping that fish pin that you're not constantly ripping open a bigger hole from the hook set that you've done, and that fish can basically just jump, shake you off in a few seconds. It's nothing. So there's just certain little things that you have to pay attention to, and it's a small learning curve, but once you figure those things out, I think you're a better fisherman fishing braid. And it takes time. Like, I didn't start out fishing braid for a long time. I think I fished monofilament, then I fished fluorocarbon, and I stuck with those two for a while. Then I just kind of realized, all right, you got to get brave. You got to start tying connection leader knots. You got to start using it as a main line and start using leader with fluoro or mono. And ever since then, I noticed my catch ratio go up. I noticed that the amount of fish I'd catch was more, and the like cast to land ratio was higher. I was landing more fish. So just something to take into account. At the end of the day, it's fishing. You don't need to overcomplicate it. They're gonna eat it whether it's tied on to straight braid or not, for the most part. And yeah, I mean, I think that there's factors and conditions to everything when it comes to fishing, but don't overcomplicate it. Once you start overcomplicating it and getting in your own head, that's whenever you become your own enemy, right? There's no one else out there on the water like messing with you. The fish aren't down there, I can't explain it, but pretty much just don't get in your own head about it, and feel confident with whatever line you're using. And whatever you feel comfortable using, you'll probably feel the most confident on. So don't let anybody tell you what to do, first of all. If it's working for you, rock with it. Alrighty. Hope we're all doing okay, guys. Glad to see everybody in here in the live stream. I probably won't be streaming for too much longer. I think I'll end up probably throwing line on one of my reels, either the 25 or the 20, and that's pretty much it. I'll just probably end up going and working on some videos. I got some content ready for you guys. If y'all haven't already, go ahead and check out my pond hopping video that I posted. There's no lag in that one, so y'all should be able to enjoy it and really just get to see everything going on. But I ended up catching a whole bunch of fish. It was a quick flurry. I went there for a couple days, and yeah, it just feels good to be back at the OG pond. But I'm ready for an adventure. I'm editing a video today that I'll probably be dropping tomorrow for you guys, as well as tomorrow I will be leaving out of town to go probably somewhere far out on a trip or a journey. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe Arkansas? I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling Arkansas. So we might end up going to Arkansas and just fishing, hitting the lake, doing some hikes, seeing some waterfalls, all that good stuff. Depending on the connection in certain areas, I won't be able to live stream realistically. I'll probably just record it and make it a full video on my channel for y'all, which is always going to be so much fun. It's going to be packed with a whole bunch of adventure, excitement, tourism, pretty much everything you want to know about a certain place. We'll be definitely going to hot springs, I do believe, and there's so much to do there. I go there pretty much once a month, so I'll be able to put y'all on a lot of game there. Hopefully, if y'all end up taking a trip to hot springs, then y'all will be able to learn and see and experience the same stuff I did. Y'all could be like, dang, that was that place that Simon went to. I want to go there. And then you go there and it's like, that was awesome. I don't know, man. Anyways, I'll be probably going to Arkansas this weekend and filming some content for y'all as well on there. And then I might run a live stream whenever we're in the town of Hot Springs, because the connection should be good there. I shouldn't be off grid. Everything will mostly be off grid because I'll be hiking in areas where there literally is no cell reception. But in the town of Hot Springs, there's really good connection, and we'll probably be staying at a nice hotel. If that's the case, then I'll definitely pull out the phone or laptop, GoPro, whatever, and start a live stream for y'all. And we'll just chat, hang out in the hotel, sit back, probably enjoy some yummy food, maybe enjoy a drink or something like that, and we'll just kick it and talk about the adventures. And if anyone is in Hot Springs or in Arkansas and wants to meet up, wants to do some fishing, feel free to let me know. There's multiple ways to contact me. You can check out my Instagram through my YouTube profile. You just click on my profile. You'll see a little side arrow with my little description. You click on that, and then it should show my links and everything like that. Got all my affiliate links, and my Instagram should be linked below that. So if you want to contact me, let me know anything. If you want to send me some baits, if you want to meet up with me and go fishing, if you have a spot you can put me on, if there's a bait you want to put me on, if there's just something you want to talk about, not that hard to get a hold of. You can also contact me through my business email, but that is more for business things related. But yeah, let me think about what I'm going to do here with this line. I really can't decide. I have a reel. I have a reel that already has 17-pound test on it. So I feel like I'd be doing myself a disservice to go to 20. I feel like I have one that has 17. I feel like I should go to 25. But I really don't know how this line is going to operate. I've never fished with P-Line Tactical, so yeah, if you guys have any advice on what I should throw for this swim bait rod, feel free to let me know. I'm kind of leaning towards the 25. Start out big, go big or go home. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some research, which means I'm going to turn on the big PC. Alrighty. Let's power this bad boy on. I have not been on my big PC in about 3 weeks, I think. She still works. She still works. I'm going to do some research, guys. I'm going to figure out what line to throw on my reel here. I don't want to just jump the gun and throw some really thick stuff on there that's going to be uncomfortable and get me less bites, or it's not going to allow the bait to have as much action. And I don't want to throw something on there that's just too thin, not durable enough, and it's going to break on me. So definitely want to find the happy middle. See, I got 17-pound fluoro right here. Yeah, I just feel like I'd be doing myself a disservice throwing the 20-pound on there. Like, I want to throw the 20-pound because I want my lure to have a good amount of action, but I don't know. Yeah, it just viably doesn't seem like a good idea when I'm throwing massive swim baits.
Golly, my desk has become a mess. Alrighty, clearing off some space here so I can operate better. Perfect. Got my desk all cleared off. Now I'm going to get my computer out. I wonder if the lighting is better. Over here, maybe? Actually, that's not that bad. I think that might be a little bit better. My hair kind of looks a mess as always, but it is what it is. I don't care. Let's get this PC started up. Is everybody doing all right today? Everyone having a good day so far? Alright, I'm just gonna go get my laptop. Honestly, it'd be way easier. Again, I hope everyone's doing all right. Feel free to ask me any questions if y'all have any about fishing. If you're out fishing right now, I can probably give you some advice to the best of my knowledge. If you're just not really catching them or something, yeah, anything like that. Feel free to ask me anything fishing or non-fishing related. I will be happy to answer. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Get here. Get on the couch. Get here. Good boy. Alright, I'm back. And I got a hat so y'all can actually see my face whenever I'm talking to y'all. Would you recommend braid or mono to a beginner bait caster fisherman? Oh, that's a great question. Oh, and I'm Gone Fishing said, "What's up, man? Sorry, I left. Needed to take care of my lizard." Oh, that's what's up, bro. What kind of lizard you got? My homie used to have a bearded dragon, and I used to want to have a chameleon really bad, but I think it was like a 3-horned chameleon, but we ended up not really keeping it for too long. Then I ended up getting like a dwarf shark, which we also didn't end up keeping for too long. So yeah, I kind of stopped with the whole reptile fish pet thing. But I do have a great dog that I love so much, and I do plan on getting some sort of an aquarium / fish tank for the studio here. I think it would be sweet. I've just been looking for a good deal on a fish tank. They're kind of pricey. Would you recommend braid or mono to a beginner bait caster fisherman? I'm sorry, I did not answer that. I would recommend monofilament. Honestly, starting out fishing, mono is going to have way less backlashes. It's also going to be just a lot more manageable to a beginner fisherman.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively invisible, so, you know, it's just there's not much of a learning curve when it comes to monofilament. It almost feels like anybody could go out and catch fish using mono, but when you're using braid, if you don't know how it operates, if you don't know the qualities of braid, which most people don't, like most average people that aren't fishermen like us, don't. Whenever you first pick up braid, you're not thinking about the fact of, oh, it has no stretch and it's good for this and this and it has this quality and that quality and it floats and it they don't think about that. So I would just typically give them monofilament, like my setup that I give to most people when they come over and they're saying something like, "Hey, I don't have a rod." I typically will just throw monofilament or fluorocarbon, typically monofilament, and a wacky rig. But literally, like the other day, I went fishing with a buddy. We went fishing at a pond, and there was another person with us that didn't have a reel and a rod. So I let him use one of my telescopic rods that literally had, I think it was like 20-pound braid backing with, or 20-pound braid main line, and then as a leader it had like 10 or 12-pound fluorocarbon leader, and that worked out fine for them too. So I really don't know, man. I would recommend mono for sure starting out, but that person didn't seem to do too bad. It's all dependent on the setup. It's all dependent how good you are at setting it up, for sure. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but like, you shoot an arrow, you shoot it straight, you shoot it one time. You don't want to take 100 shots. Just, you know, make sure that whenever you're dialing in and setting up your rod and reel, that you're spooling up everything really nice and clean, and your knots are nice and tight, and you shouldn't really have too many problems no matter what line you're using. Fish with Jonas said, "How's your day?" Thanks for asking. Fish with Jonas, I'm glad you're here. I'm having a great day. It was a bit frustrating. We went and did some pond fishing, or we tried to live stream some pond fishing, but it was overcast. It was extremely hot outside. The connection by the body of water that I was fishing, it tends to be lacking, especially with how much overcast there was. I feel like the clouds were really limiting my signal, so it could have been way better, but yeah, I definitely, I'm just happy to be out on the water, man. Every day that you're out fishing, it's a good day on the water. So I know a lot of people, you know, are probably at work right now. I know a lot of people are probably unable to even fish. So yeah. Can you give me some ideas for my tackle room? Yes. That's a really good question. I don't want to reveal too much on the live stream, because I actually just mentioned I'm working on a video that I'm posting tomorrow. So I got my laptop. I'm editing it right now, and it'll basically be me doing all the updates to my studio and to my tackle room. It's all hand done by me, and you'll be able to see it all. And I don't skip a step in the video, so if there's something that you're trying to figure out how to set up in your room, you see someone doing something, you're like, hey man, I want to know how to do that. I'll show it. I'll show every step of what I'm doing, so you, the viewer, will have a complete understanding of what process you're gonna have to take if you want the same results. So definitely stay tuned for that, brother. I don't want to reveal too much. Like, I do and I don't, because it's something I love talking about. Like, I want to just pan around the whole room. But there's certain things I just don't want to give away, because I feel like it might just take a little bit away from the video. But I'm gonna have that video out tomorrow or Saturday for sure. Definitely. I think is today Thursday? I think today is Thursday. If today's Thursday, then it'll be out Friday or Saturday. If today's Friday, it'll be out Saturday or Sunday. But I'm definitely gonna have it out within the next 2 days. That's a promise. If you haven't already, I made a whole bait wall video where I pretty much set up these massive grid wall panels on my wall and put up every single soft plastic / some extra hard baits and jigs and swim baits and stuff like that I had. It turned out pretty sweet. Honestly, like, this has made me more efficient as a fisherman. It got all of my baits up off the floor. There's so much more floor space in my room, so it's great. What state you in? I am in Texas right now. Good old Texas. Gotta love it. I used to live in Florida. I lived in Florida for about 6 months to a year. That was a great experience as well. I would love to go back at some point just to really get into the fishing scene. Like, I didn't get to fish the way I wanted to when I was there. I did get into meeting a lot of cool people and some of the food and stuff like that. So shout out to Florida. Shout out to everybody in Texas as well. I really like it here. I was born and raised in Texas. I moved out, and my heart was still here, so I came back. There's nothing I can do about it. Everything's bigger in Texas, right? That's what they say. We got some big bass, I'll say that. Darn, we could have fished together. Where are you from, Fish with Jonas? Let me know, man. We got a lot of people here from all over. We got people from Maryland. We got people from, I think someone said they were from South Carolina. We got people from Texas. We got all sorts of people. If Oopie Doopie's in here, I know he's from Texas. Me and him might have to get together and go do some fishing. Which one has better fish? Oh, you're in Mississippi? That's what's up, man. That's so cool. I need to take a trip out there. I know that there's some pretty good bodies of water to be hitting, and I just haven't really seen what Mississippi has to offer. I want to give it that fair shot, and I love exploring. I love adventuring. That's something y'all will see on my channel all the time. Literally, I'm going to different states like every other weekend, so I'll be in Arkansas this next weekend. I don't know if you heard that, but I definitely want to go visit Mississippi. Which one has better fish, Florida or Texas? That's a really, really good question. I like that question. That's also tough to answer because they hold different fish. Granted, some of the fish species are the same. If we're talking strictly like green fish, like largemouth, spotted bass, smallmouth, I don't even think smallmouth exists in Florida, and if they do, there's no way they're that big. But the largies and spotted bass here in Texas are huge. I'm talking, I think they're bigger than the ones in Florida. And I know Florida has F1s and it's got those freaking dragon strains or whatever they're called, but I still think Texas has bigger fish. I think the bodies of water here, like the lakes and stuff we have, Lake Fork, it's just known to produce some big fish. And like just beyond Fork, like there's other really big water fisheries here. Lake Texoma's got some huge fish. That's just two off the top of my head. I can't really think about them all right now, but Florida has huge peacock bass. It's got big old snakeheads. It's got some nice gar if I remember correctly. Texas has huge gar too, though. Honestly, no, Texas has got them beat in gar. But like they got some huge peacocks and they got some really big snakeheads and stuff like that. Like it's really cool fish in Florida. Go to the reservoir in Jackson, Mississippi. Okay, let's Google it right now. Reservoir Jackson, Mississippi. Is it called Ross R. Barnett Reservoir? Let me know, because it looks really nice actually. Old Trace Park. Oh, this is gorgeous. It looks like it's got some flooded timber, some nice flooded trees and stuff. I like that. I think it's called Barnett Reservoir. Let me know if that's correct. Ross R. Barnett. It's often called the Res. It is a reservoir of Pearl River between Madison and Rankin counties in the U.S. state of Mississippi. The 33,000 acres lake serves as the state's largest drinking water source and is managed by Pearl River Valley Water Supply. That's nuts. Y'all's drinking water comes from here. It's big. Yeah, that sounds big. It says it's the state's largest drinking water. So yeah, that's nuts, man. That's cool. That's pretty cool, dude. I like that.
We are Selkirk.
Oh no, I don't want to hear it all.
We are. Seals.
Sorry about these ads. Just kind of doing some research real quick before I throw some line on my reel. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to throw this 25 pound on there just because I have some 17 pound test in here That's almost the same diameter as this 20-pound test. I really feel like I'd be doing myself a disservice throwing this guy when I really could be throwing this right here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Let me look at my swim bait rod real quick. What's y'all's favorite bodies of water to fish, man? I love fishing ponds. I love river fishing. I love lake fishing. I love doing it all, but sometimes I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty fun just doing like some creek fishing, like just going on back into a little creek or a pond, finding some fish and just getting on them. It's pretty fun. Oh, thank y'all for the likes. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, appreciate you. What's your PB? Man, that's the most asked question, seems like, on the live stream. It's not that big, man. A lot of people have huge PBs. I know some little kids that have higher PBs than me. My PB is only like a 5 and some change. The max I'd feel comfortable calling it is a 5.5 pounder, but we didn't have a scale on us at the time, so we just kind of considered it a 5. Whatever the fish are in. Whatever the fish are yeah. Yeah, I agree. Wherever the fish are, right? Wherever the fish are biting. That's the same thing when people ask me what's my favorite lure to throw. I say the one that's working. The one that's catching fish. That's my favorite lure to throw. Thank you for the likes. Thank you. Nice. Yes. What's your old reliable lure? That's a great question. I got that same question last night on the stream, and my answer is going to be the same always for the rest of my life, I think. I'm a jiggy kind of dude. I think a jig, man. I think a jig is the best way to go for me. It's my old reliable. That's the first fish, or that's the first, like, other than a wacky rig, everyone obviously, like a wacky or a Texas rig, went out and caught the snot out of them on that. Technically, the first fish I ever caught on was a wacky. A jig is when I really started waxing them, dude. Like, when I got out there this one time, I was at this old school bait shop in the middle of nowhere, and it was a tackle shop mixed with a like a utility tool shop. I don't even, it was like a hardware store slash fishing place in the middle of nowhere. And pretty much I just asked this guy straight up. I said, "Hey man, what's your go-to fishing lure? I'm trying to chase bass. I'm just now getting into it." I was like kind of younger at the time. And he showed me a jig, and it was like a 3/16 ounce watermelon jig and a little like a little jig trailer, like a flapping trailer. And I threaded on there, and I went to my local pond, and I think I ended up catching like 26 bass that day. And it was the most fish I had ever caught in one sitting, and it was like maybe 3 hours. Like, I was probably catching like at least a fish or two per every 5 or 10 minutes. Like, it was nuts. I wasn't there long, and I had caught probably the most fish I had ever caught. So yeah, from that day, I remember feeling like I was floating, and I was just like, holy cow, I'm gonna forever put my faith in a jig. And I've just fished a jig ever since then. I've had a lot of luck fishing a jig. Today, when I was out fishing at the pond, I was throwing a jig around, and yeah, I literally got a big old bite, and it ripped off one of the trailers. Here, I'll show you real quick, actually. I have it on me. Oh. Sorry, Bentley. $26. Yes, 26. Which I know is, to some people, is probably a high number. To some people, it's probably a low number. But at the time, I was legitimately like, I was a youngster, man. I think I may have been 14, if that. And it was the highlight of my life, dude. I had never caught so many fish by myself. And there was no one like really around. Like I didn't have a parent. I didn't have anyone over my shoulder. I didn't have anybody telling me, hey, do this, do that. Like I had went out there and figured them out by myself. That was probably one of the best feelings ever. But this is what I was throwing right here. It was just a little jig today, and clean ripped off the craw trailer right there. One of the appendages. I don't know if you can see that. But yeah, I was fishing him today, and I got a pretty big bite, but unfortunately the live stream didn't catch it because I was having so many complications with the live stream. Can you do a video using jelly worms, because those are the best soft plastics? Oh, are you talking about the I think it's called like the Man's big old jelly worms, the ones that are as long as my forearm? You know what I'm talking about? I think they come from here to here or something like that. If that's the one you're talking about, let me know, because that is a video I do plan on doing. So Jonas, don't you worry, brother, I got your back. Great minds think alike. That's a nice color. Yeah, I like black and blue. I think black and blue works really good, especially it rained yesterday. Black and blue and June bug, to me, after a dirty water rain, or when it's like real muddy, that's the way to go. Yes. Okay, sweet. That's what I figured. I'm going to make sure I get a pack of those. I don't have a pack currently. I think it would be awesome if I could go out there and catch some big ones on it. Yeah, I've caught some big bass on those. Dude, yeah, I believe it. I think it would be effective at catching some really big fish, especially right now, this time of year. It's summertime. Go out there and drag a big old worm. That's what's winning most of the tournaments right now at local bodies of water. Just chuck a big old worm. That's what's catching big fish. It'd be nuts. I definitely need to go get a pack. I know that Walmart, I think, used to sell them. My local Walmart used to sell them. I don't know if they have them anymore. I think it's going to be kind of tough to get my hands on them, but they're made by a company called Man's Depths or something like that. I have one of their topwaters. This is called a Man's Ghost. It's like a topwater walking frog kind of thing. I like using solid white jigs. Yeah, I like throwing a solid white jig as well. Just like perfectly represents a shad or a bait fish. If I'm throwing a white jig though, I'm typically throwing a white flipping and pitching jig for bed fish, or I'm throwing a white swim jig. I don't really like to throw a white finesse jig or like a white football jig. It doesn't really have the kind of effect that I'm going for. Fish it near the banks. Are you talking about the jig, or are you talking about the big jelly worms? Let me know, because I could use whatever advice you got for me on those. How much for that topwater right now? Dude, it's so cheap. I don't even recommend you buy it from me. I think you should go, if you like that topwater, go to Man's website. That's the same company that we're talking about, these jelly worms, and they create it's called a Man's Ghost. So just Google Man's Depths Ghost. MANSDEPPS, Man's Depths, and then Ghosts, obviously GHOST. And it's literally like $3.99, I think, or $2.99 online, brand new. The one I have is one that I found that was snagged up in a brush pile, and it's like the hooks are almost completely rusted out on it. They're pretty bad. I don't know if you can see that on camera. It's pretty toast. The bottom side is almost completely ripped out. You don't want this one, brother. Yeah, I don't even want this one for the most part, but it's brand new. It's way more affordable. And yeah, they also got one called, I think it's called like a Zoo Dog. Zoo Dog. I don't know what company makes it, or it's like a Zoo Pup. Man, I don't even remember. But they got a whole bunch of these kind of walking style frog baits, and they work really effectively in the summertime, because in the summer, bass really like to chase a spook. And then if you're fishing in areas where you can't put a spook, you can't put treble hooks, it's perfect to throw something like that. It's an old one, that's why I want it. Oh, if you like that, bro. Oh, hold on. Let me put this rod up. I don't know if you follow DC Fishing or Mark Daniels Jr. or any of them, but they recently put out a rate the bait video where they're talking about a crankbait that does not exist anymore unless you buy it directly from like eBay or something like that. I have one of them. It was given to me by my sweet girlfriend's family. It was given to me. It was part of her great-grandfather's collection. I put it in this plastic wrap so it stays preserved. But this right here is a vintage bomber crankbait. This thing's probably older than everyone in this chat. I'm not gonna lie to you right now. This crankbait is literally dang near over 50 years old, maybe more. And it's so cool, dude. Like, it comes in its original packaging. This is the very, very first kind of packages they used to make for these vintage bomber crankbaits. Back then, they only had like 6 baits, and they used to list them on the back here. Yeah, Bomber literally had 6 kind of baits, and they would list them on the back. And in here, inside of it, see, we got the old crankbait, almost brand new condition. You can see that he only fished it a few times, and I wanted to maintain the integrity of it. But then inside of that, this is nuts, guys. Y'all won't even believe this. I don't know if I should open this all the way. I don't want to risk ruining the integrity of it. If y'all can read this, this is the catalog. This is how they used to sell fishing lures back in the day. You'd order or buy one of these, and inside of the package they'd throw their whole catalog. And you know what? I'm gonna open it for you guys on the live stream. And it was the list of baits they had, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Just their entire list of baits, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They got 13 baits. That's it. That's all they used to sell. It used to come in on a piece of paper, and you'd order it by sending it back for a color catalog. So you send them 50 cents, and they'll send you a color catalog. This is in Gainesville, Texas. Shout out to Texas. But that's crazy, man. This is so old school. And I'm pretty sure he bought this in person because there's a price tag on it, and the price is going to blow y'all's minds away. $3.20. I know that's backwards on camera, but that says $3.20. Could you imagine if crankbaits like this were $3.20? Like if you went out and you bought a Berkeley crank for $3.20 or a Rapala DT6 for $3.20, man, you got to find a super deal. Do I have an Instagram? Yes, I do have an Instagram. You can check it out by clicking on my YouTube profile. There should be a small side arrow of my description where I'm saying, hey guys, my name is Simon Says. I'm here to show you guys the world through a camera lens. Bars. But you click on my profile description, I believe, on YouTube, and it should have my links, and below that it should be my Instagram link. Yeah, I do believe that it should link through there. I should have it there. I can go ahead and check real quick. Alright, so my Instagram handle is SimonSays_YT for YouTube. So if you want to search me up on Instagram, I have a public profile. You can follow me. It's just SimonSays_YT. Bass Fishing ETC says, what is your PB bass? Man, that is the literally most asked question on here. That's hilarious. I can't believe people keep asking me that. But I will happily answer it every time. My PB bass currently is a 5-pounder, or 5 and some change. I don't feel comfortable calling it anything more than a 5.5-pounder because we didn't have a scale. I was with a group of people that we all kind of agreed based on appearance, weight, and holding the fish and how many fish we've caught in the past that we all agreed that it was probably a 5 and some change. But it really wasn't it really wasn't nothing crazy, man. I know some 10-year-olds that literally have bigger fish than me. I like to be humble, and if I catch anything over, I'll tell y'all. But really, so far, it's just a 5 or a 5.5, so nothing crazy. I'm shooting for a double digit. I want to catch my PB this year. I want to break it. Like this year, I'm planning on breaking my PB. There's just no way. I feel it in me. I got a big fish coming. I feel it. But everybody gets their turn. Everybody gets their shine. And you know, a lot of the bodies of water that I fish
don't hold many big fish. And that's not to say that, like, I live in Texas, there's big bass everywhere here, but it just seems like I need to find the right body of water if I want to break my PB. Like, I gotta hit up a big spot. Bass fishing ETC, I got an 8. Hey, let's go, man. 8-pounder is solid, dude. I would love to get anything over 7. My goal right now this year is to get over a 7, but I want to hit a double digit. Like, that's my true goal. But if I break anything over 7, I'll be really happy about that. It'll be my PB. My lucky number is 7, so it would kind of work out perfect as well. And yeah, I'm definitely more of a quantity over like size kind of guy, which that's not to say I don't want to catch a big fish. Everyone wants to catch a big fish. I love catching big fish, and it's definitely my goal. But if I'm not catching bigs, then I'm catching quantity. And if I'm catching quantity, I'm happy with that. If I catch 10, 20, 30 fish a day and go home, I feel pretty successful. I feel pretty proud of myself. But there's definitely a fine line between like chasing some big fish and trying to break your PB and just catching fish. And you definitely gotta target them. Almost feels like you gotta kind of go out of your way nowadays. But yeah, still that's big. A 5.5 isn't that bad. It could be better. I know a lot of guys that catch 5.5 kind of casually almost, and I think I'll get there one day. I don't have a boat. I don't have any way of getting on some nice bodies of water like Lake Fork or anything like that, and I don't have access to any private ponds like that have big fish in them. Everything I fish is public. So until I find a public pond or a public body of water that I can access easily with my kayak or off bank that has big fish, I bet you I could catch a 10-pounder. The problem is everywhere I'm fishing is not really gonna have a big enough fish, or it's not gonna have the right quality or settings, or it may not have the genetics, or whatever the case may be. I'm just not really running into them. So I got to do a better job of hunting them. That's for sure. And I'm on it this year. I plan on breaking my PB. Just watch. I'm going to break that 5.5. I'm going to break it. Those jelly worms will get your PB. Yeah, Jonas, you're probably right, man. I got to go get some. I got to go check out if my Walmart has some. The last time I checked, Walmart definitely had some. That was quite some time ago, though. I haven't looked for them since, and I'm really hoping they're still there, because they had these big old grape jelly worms, and they smelled like grape and berries, and I was like, bro, I just want to eat one. I just want to grab one and just like rip into it. You know what I mean? My PB is 6.5. Man, that's such a good fish, dude. That's a great fish. 6.5. I think anything above a 5-pounder is a good PB. Like, if you're considering a 4-pounder a PB, you got to get back out there, man, because I'm casually catching 4-pounders. I've been catching 4-pounders since I was like 14, bro. I've been doing it for quite some time, which there's nothing wrong with that. Catching 4-pounders is great, man. 4-pounder is a big fish too. It's a good fish, puts up a good fight. But I think anything that's like 5 pounds and up is definitely a big fish. Spinning or casting? Do you mean spinning or casting is what I caught my PB on, or spinning or casting, what do I prefer? Let me know. Jonas, you have them? You have the grape jelly worms? Dude, I'm jealous. Oh, man. I might have to get my hands on some of them for sure. Go ahead and put this rod up. And the blue raspberry? Bro, they got a blue raspberry color? What? I might have to check that out. I might seriously have to check that out. What do you prefer? Oh, man, this is going to be an unpopular, very unpopular opinion, all right? I know everyone that starts out fishing a spinning reel. But I know the popular answer is to say a baitcaster. As I've grown up throughout the years, I just feel like I've slowly just, like, man, my spinning reel, dude, that's my money maker, bro. That thing has caught me more fish. I think I've caught more fish on one spinning rod than I have all my bait casters combined. That's just the sad truth, man.
Now, will I say what has caught me the biggest fish? Caster. I don't think I'm going to catch a 10-pounder on a spinning rod. I think I would have to be in a really stocked area or an area that has really good genetics, or I'd have to just get real dang lucky, because catching a 10-pounder on a spinning rod, like hooking one to begin with, that's nuts. Then landing a fish like that's that big on a rod that can barely handle, I don't even know. That's going to be tough. But you know what? I've seen people catching those huge drums on freaking dock demons. So it don't even make sense. I've seen people catch big old catfish on dock demons. Those things are indestructible. So I don't really know. But my personal favorite, my preference, probably a spinning rod, man. I'm not going to lie. Like, if I was in one situation where someone put a rod in my hand and said, hey, bro, you got to go out there and catch as many fish as you can. Put a spinning rod in my hand, bro. I'll get the job done. I just can't fish anything that's over, like, anything over a 1/4 ounce, I don't throw on a spinning rod. I won't even bother. To be honest, I like throwing my 1/4 ounce baits on a bait caster. I don't even throw 1/4 ounce on a spinning rod. I typically keep it, the max I'll ever go on a spinning rod, in my personal opinion, is 3/16 of an ounce. When I go to a 1/4, I'll go with a caster. Do you fish tournaments? Yes, not that many. I'm not the best tournament fisherman by any means. I've only fished in like 1 or 2, and I didn't really catch any fish. I didn't catch any keepers or nothing crazy. I do plan on fishing more tournaments. I plan on fishing tournaments for the channel, recording more tournament footage, live streaming maybe during a tournament, stuff like that. Definitely we'll have a lot more of that on my channel, but for the time being, I don't have a boat, so it's pretty difficult to be a tournament fisherman without a boat. You have to just be a co-angler, you have to sign up to be a co, or you have to know somebody that has a boat. I know some people that have boats, but most of the people that I know that have boats don't fish tournaments. There's one guy I know that fishes a tournament, but it's kind of shaky whether or not I ever get to fish with him, and you know, I didn't really perform too well last time, so I don't know if he feels too keen on bringing me back on his boat, and I totally understand that, right? He's putting up his money the same way I'm putting up my money. He's putting up his equipment the same way I'm putting up my equipment. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's whoever the main angler is makes that decision. Not that there's anything wrong or beef or anything between me and the guy. He's a great gentleman. I just think maybe, you know, he takes it pretty serious, and, you know, I didn't show him enough skill on that first go, but I told him I want my revenge, and, you know, hopefully he'll take me back out. And I do plan on signing up for some of these tournaments as a co on some of the back end of some of these pros boats, just so I can learn a thing or two. But man, to be honest, I'm gonna just keep grinding my butt off till I get a boat or a sponsor. You can get a free one on the lake, but you gotta be real quick about it. Yeah, the old 5-finger discount, Jonas. Yep, that's silly, but that's funny. I would never do that to somebody, because if I had a boat, I'd hope nobody ever does that to me. That's funny, bro. I would never do that to someone's boat, but their jet ski? Nah. I am just playing. I wouldn't do that either. Bass fishing ETC. Oh, wait, hold on. Fish with Jonas. How do you feel about Jesus? Man, a lot of people say I'm Jesus. They see me and they see my hair and they go, dude, are you Jesus? So, I don't know. How do two people go live at the same time? Oh, how did two people go live at the same time, but it's like side by side on the screen? Um, oh, I have to create the live pretty much to where invitations are open. I think something like that. My live is currently just me. I don't have it set to invitations. And then I think I have to like invite you to the live or something like that. That's something I can do in the future. I'm just not too familiar with live streaming. This is my second live ever, and I'm having a blast with it. It's probably something I'll continue doing for a long time now. Like I could definitely see myself doing it, but it's a learning curve. I didn't do the best going out today, but I learned a lot from it. And I think that the key for me is to live stream whenever it's manageable and doable, not whenever it's the weather's and everything is against me, right? It's got to be a good setting and environment. But with that being said, I do plan on doing more live streams. I plan on live streaming stuff like me being in the room. I plan on live streaming me pond hopping and fishing like that, fishing by the lake, kayak fishing, everything I can do within reason as long as I have connection to live stream. And then another idea that I've been kind of dabbling in, kind of asking people, and y'all are more than welcome to let me know what y'all think. I do play PC games from time to time. It's very rare. It's maybe like once or twice a week, if that, and it's only for a few hours. But I thought it'd be cool if I hopped on, like, let's say a Thursday or a Friday night, maybe even a Saturday night, turned on the live stream and played a few games or something like that. I don't know, so let me know what you guys think, if that's something that you would be interested in, and seeing me play some games on live stream. I'll have a webcam set up, so you'll have the webcam of me still being in the room like this, but I'll be playing probably some League of Legends or World of Warcraft or Counter-Strike 2. What else is there? There's a whole bunch of other games I'd be willing to play, and obviously I would take recommendations and listen to the audience and stuff like that. But I don't know if you guys watch games, and if that's something you'd be interested in. I just felt like I might as well turn it on if I'm already going to be playing the game. Jonas, sure, bet, brother. Yeah, okay. When I went live, somebody hacked and deleted and stole all my content that I created when I went live. Oh, dude, that's wild. What do you mean? Stole your whole account? Or they deleted the live that you were doing? Or when I went live, somebody hacked and deleted and stole all my content that I created. Like they wiped your whole account. They deleted it. Like all the videos and shorts and stuff like that you uploaded. Well, to be honest, I don't know, but it's possible that, did you do one of the lives where you added someone to it and y'all were like doing it side by side? Because if that's the case, it's possible that it happened. I don't think it's possible to get hacked directly from a live stream like this. Like, I don't think someone could hack me right now from a live. I don't know. I'm not. If you can, please don't. If you're out there, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I don't think it's possible if I'm just the one broadcasting and I have viewers. There's no real way to get any sort of information about my IP address through that. But if y'all were streaming side by side, I do believe it's almost considered like a call between IP addresses. So maybe in some way it linked y'all's IP and the information was leaked that way. I really don't have a clue. I'll definitely keep my eyes out for that though, and I'll be careful. And yeah, that's about the most I can do. Yeah, that's wild though. I really do apologize that happened to you. That's messed up, man. I don't know why they would even do that to you. There's a lot of haters in this industry, man, which blows my mind, bro. Like fishing, we're all fishermen. When you see another person fishing, you should respect the other person, you know what I mean? As a fisherman, we should all show some sort of respect. Like, we're doing the same sport. Why is there any hate at all? And then everyone assumes that everyone should know everything. Like, oh, you didn't know that, you idiot? You should have been using this instead. Use this instead. Man, it's fishing. Everyone's at a certain point or chapter in their learning point or learning phase in fishing. Everyone knows what they know and everyone doesn't know what they don't know, and it is what it is. I don't see why everybody hates on one another. So I hope it wasn't somebody that was just hating on you, trying to get your whole thing kind of messed up. Never heard of someone getting hacked on live. Yeah, me neither, personally. I've heard of people getting swatted. I don't want to get swatted, so no one do that either. That would be stupid. Yeah, swatting is dumb. That is the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard of or seen. I think there's a reason why it stopped being a fad or being popular, because people realized it was stupid. It's harmful. People can... Anyways, I don't even want to talk about it. It's just dumb. But I'm sorry that happened to you, brother. Just got to be careful, man. You definitely got to be careful when you're on the internet. You don't know what you're dealing with, man, half of the time. Like, it takes some nuts to be in front of the camera all day long, knowing that you're just streaming your location, your face, your information, your everything. Swatted means whenever people call a SWAT team in on you, pretty much saying, hey, this guy has this, or hey, this guy's doing that, XYZ, this guy's got a blank, you know what I mean? Like, inappropriate stuff, just making up lies that would be justified for the police or for a SWAT team to send out a unit to your house, where they legitimately get a battering ram and slam it into the door, break down your door, and flood through with ARs and freaking M16s and whatever else they could have, and pretty much just, I mean, put you in a really uncomfortable position whenever, you know, that's resources wasted. You know, there's actual problems and stuff like that going on in society. They don't need to be wasting their time doing that. Also, it becomes a really high, intense energy kind of situation where, like, accidents could happen. Something could get mistaken for a gun or whatever. I don't know, man, but it's just not worth it. It's stupid. I think people that SWAT are dumb. What kind of tackle box do you use to pond hop? Oh, that's a great question. I use a couple things, and I'll have a video coming out with that. But Jonas, I know I've told you that like 3 or 4 times now, and I'm not gonna make you wait on another video. So I'll just show you real quick what I do. I use this bag right here. It's just a Carhartt plain, just normal backpack, something you would use for school. It's just a plain book bag. And I'll just throw my Plano boxes in there and a bait binder. If you don't know what a bait binder is, I'll show you that as well real quick. And again, I'll be making a full in-depth video on all of this at some point. I just gotta have the time to make all these videos. Boom, right here, it's just a bait binder. Inside of said bait binder, it does what it says. It holds baits in a binder. Also holds my pliers right there. And then, like I said, I'll just throw my Plano boxes inside of the backpack, and that's pretty much it. Now, Jonas, since you've been asking all the good questions, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Get some sort of a fanny pack or a chest mount. A chest bag. This right here is going to save you so much. Just like being efficient on the water, you'll save so much time. I'll throw my pliers in here. I got this little, I think it's a 3500 Plano. I'll throw the 3500 Plano in here, and I'll throw whatever else I want to, spare baits, soft plastics, all that good stuff. And I'll just throw him on my chest, or I'll wrap him around my leg, around my waist here like a little ninja. And I'll go out and catch the snot out of them. And because I'm way more prepared than most people, I can just kind of do whatever I got to. What type of knots do you use? That is a really great question. I make videos on my knots, or most of the time I will include the knot that I'm using in my videos, but I'll try and do a better job of pointing that out. Great question. Just to give you a few of the knots that I use off the top of my head, a Palomar knot works really good if you're fishing braid, topwater, and just in general if you're looking for an easy knot to tie. That can then be turned into a drop shot, so there's a lot of versatility there. An improved clench knot, probably the fastest, easiest. Also, it's just a standard in the fishing industry. An improved clench knot is really, really easy to learn. It's also probably the quickest knot to tie. Then the third one I'd probably have to give you guys. So we gave y'all an efficient one. We gave y'all something in the middle ground with some versatility. That's the Pali. And for the third knot that I would have to give, it'd definitely be a San Diego jam knot. It's a little bit harder to tie, but if you haven't learned how to use a San Diego jam knot, you're missing out. It's probably one of the strongest knots that I've ever used, and it definitely retains a lot of the poundage. So if this is something y'all don't know, whenever you have, let's say, fluorocarbon line that is rated at 12 pounds, that line will hold 12 pounds directly, but once you create a knot, that knot has a certain poundage that it can support as well, right? So it's irrelevant if your line is 10 or 15 pounds. If your knot strength can only hold up to 5, 6, 7 pounds, it'll snap on you. So definitely got to take into account that you're using a really good knot. And then lastly, for I guess a fourth knot for a leader knot, the main one that I like using is a FG knot. That takes a lot of time and skill and work, but I think if you know how to tie a really good FG knot, it beats any connection knot out there. I don't care if you're using a blood knot, a crazy Alberto, a double uni to uni, whatever you want to call it. I think that a FG knot's probably the best. Giovanni Garcia said, I've never been able to catch a fish. Brother, you ain't trying hard enough. You ain't getting out there every day. You're not getting out there early enough or late enough. You got to do something. You got to make a change happen. You got to watch my channel. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, man. Some people struggle catching fish and some people don't. Like, for example, I had a guy that came up to me the other day. He said he watched my channel and he was like, dude, you're the YouTuber. I watch your channel. I've seen all your videos. I went and bought the lures you told me to buy, and I didn't catch any fish on them. Like, that's my fault. Buddy, I'm not telling anyone, I'm not putting a gun to anyone's head and saying, you got to buy this, right? I'm just giving what's working for me. And if it's working for me, you might be doing something wrong. That's all I got to say to everyone that sits there and says, oh, that lure's not working. You're doing something wrong, buddy. They wouldn't be making it, they wouldn't be mass producing it, and they wouldn't be selling it if it didn't work to some degree. It's just depending on how effective it really is. Notorious Fishing says, what's up, man? What's up, brother? It's good to see you in the live stream again. I tried to live stream by the pond. It just didn't work out. It was way too overcasty. The clouds were crazy. Ruined my signal and connection. And it was also extremely hot and humid due to the sun still being out, and it's summertime in Texas. And all the moisture in the air, my phone literally just kept overheating and dying. And on top of all three of those things, the connection in general is just horrible by the water. So it was a struggle fest. Plus my phone was trying to die on us half the time. So I did what I could. I learned a lot from it. It was an experiment. And yeah, I'll go back more dialed next time. And we'll definitely have a live stream going for y'all. Fish with Jonas, do you use the A-Rig? Yeah, I use A-Rigs. Flash Mob Jr. It's a great finesse A-Rig. And right here we got a Strike King titanium umbrella rig, also pretty good. But to be honest, I don't think I have the best A-Rigs. I think I need to get some better ones. They're just expensive. They're not something that I invest in too much because they can be pricey. It's a massive chandelier. You got to have the right rod, reel, and line to throw it. It can get messed up pretty easily. It can also get snagged up and lost pretty easily. So it's kind of tough for me to spend money on an A-Rig, but I do plan on buying some more definitely soon. I want to go somewhere that has some nice A-Rigs that I could just look at in person and be like, that's what I want. You know what I mean? Most of the stuff I order is online. I don't get to see it till it arrives. I don't know if I want to take that risk with an A-Rig. It costs a lot, and I want to get a good look at it. What is the best time to fish? That's a great question. The best times to fish always are the morning times. Almost any time of the year, go in the morning and you'll catch fish. Early in the morning, 6, 7 a.m. Maybe even earlier than that. I know some guys that get out there at 4 a.m. Sometimes when I'm feeling adventurous or I can't sleep, I'll go out there at 4 a.m. Get out there early, man. Fish the times that most people aren't fishing. That's when the fish aren't experiencing pressure. But Jonas said anytime. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true, dude. Like, I've caught fish at all hours and times of the day. Like, they're out there, brother. They're out there. You just got to get on them. You just got to get on them. You got to figure them out. Fishing is not as easy as everyone wants to make it out to be. Just because one person catches a stray fish here and there, then they think they got it all figured out. Buddy, even a blind squirrel gets a nut every once in a while. When you really start figuring fish out, like when you're catching fish back to back to back in succession, or when you're catching big fish and you're planning to catch big fish and you catch big fish, like you're achieving what you're going for, that's when you've really figured them out. That's when you really know how to fish. So don't feel discouraged, man. Fishing is not easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it and we'd all be catching a crap ton of fish. That's not how it's going, man. And don't let people on YouTube confuse you, bro. Don't let anybody confuse you. Like, on my channel today, we just went and live streamed and I didn't catch anything. I caught nothing. Don't let YouTube get you confused because you see these guys catching a crap ton of fish in one video. A lot of the times, it's not even legit, man. It's just cut up.
I don't do that in my videos personally. I'll show y'all when I get skunked, and I'll show y'all when I catch a fish. That's just how I am. I know a lot of guys like getting off on making that weird fake content, but that's just not me, bro. That's just not how I am. I'm too genuine for that, bro. Like the video I dropped this morning was 2 days ago. We went out back to back, and I was catching the crap out of them. I was on a flurry, bro. I was catching them at least every maybe 10, 15 minutes. I was pulling up a fish. That was legit, you know what I mean? You can see I'm wearing the same outfit in the video. You can see that the time of day, it hasn't changed much in terms of like the sunlight location and how bright it is. Like I've never faked a video in terms of showing how many fish I caught just because, oh, I didn't catch enough on one day. If I'm transitioning from day 1 to day 2, I'll put a note in there and say day 2. You know that I'm going to the next day. I don't know. Willis Man Draws. Hey, what's up, bro? Thanks for being in here. I appreciate you. W Advice. Thanks, bro. Heck yeah, I appreciate that. It sometimes takes them days to make one of those videos. Yes, that is correct. That is very correct. It does. And I mean, like we can't be too harsh on that, right? Like, because there is editing that goes into it, and me being a YouTuber, I can tell you it does sometimes take me a few days to get a video out. Like, I'll record it and I got to edit it, and I got to make sure everything's right, make sure there's nothing wrong with it, check it over, post, figure out what day I want to post it. It's all that good stuff. But yeah, man, whenever it's obvious that they're faking it, like they're literally wearing a different outfit in the next video, it's kind of corny to me. I'm not hating though. I don't care, man. I hope everybody that's fishing and making videos has success. So yeah. Do you have your own pet fish? No, I don't have a pet fish. I want one. That's what we were talking about earlier. Someone in here said they had a lizard. Who said they had a lizard? Man, tell me what kind of lizard you have. Sometimes I fish and not catch anything and still post it. Yeah, definitely, man. Like, I feel you on that. Literally, I think 3 videos or 4 videos ago, I posted my first skunk when I went kayak fishing. I don't like to fake anything. I don't like to fake any videos. I think that I don't sleep good at night knowing I faked a video and there's people watching that. I don't like showing people false information, giving them like a fake reality of what's going on. That's just personally not me, man. I like to keep it as organic, natural, 100% real as possible. And that's just how I've been from day one. Like, even before I started this whole YouTube thing, like, that's just my personality as a person. So you have 18 fish? Oh my gosh, what kind of fish do you have? Jonas has a pet lizard. What kind of pet lizard do y'all have? Yo, tell me y'all's pets, bro. Let me know what's up. I got a dog over here. This is Bentley. My boy Ben Ben. He's just sitting there chilling like a flipping couch potato. A good starter tank would probably be about 20 to 30 gallons. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. If I'm not going to lie to you, brother. I kind of want to go on the bigger end of things. Like, I want to just get straight up 50 or 55 gallon. Just because that way, whenever I put a fish in there, I'll probably just end up putting like a couple gills and 1 bass. And I want him to grow and just have like a pet bass and just try and see how big I can get it in a tank. If I could get like a freaking 4-pounder in a tank just from it being a dink, that'd be nuts, dude. But I definitely want to get an aquarium in here, and I want to get some fish in here. So I really appreciate you guys kind of talking about this. This is really cool. I've never had anyone to talk about this with, but I would love to get a little tank up in here and have some fish and just have a little bass and get to look at them every day. I love bass, bro. Green fish are my things. I got a leopard gecko. He survived my house fire. Bro, what? That's so cool. I had a buddy that had a bearded dragon, and I had a chameleon, like a 3-horned chameleon. That was pretty sweet, but then I didn't end up keeping it too long. I have Molly's Jack, Dempsey's cichlids, Corridora catfish, Cassos, blood orange cichlids. Oh wow, that's cool, man. There's so many species of fish that I don't even know half of the ones you just listed, but I bet you they all look so cool. I have a 55 gallon right in front of me right now. That's so cool, man. Hey, you gotta make sure you feed them fish. Got to give them their little beta pellets or whatever you feed. I don't know what you feed them. Fish in the tank. That'd be nuts, dude. See, that's the thing is if I had a fish tank with a bass in it, I would be hard pressed to not just throw lures in there and see what he bites. You know what I mean? Like, just throw a curly tail grub in there, and if he bites it, oh, they're on a curly tail grub today. I'm hitting the local pond. Let's go. Curly tail all the way. Oh, that'd be funny, bro. That'd be funny. That'd be hilarious. How would you feel if you can catch fish in Bass Pro? Like the luckiest man alive, bro. Have you seen those videos of people going up to a Bass Pro tank and fishing them? That crap is hilarious, man. But I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of jacked up whenever they're like jumping inside of the tank and swimming. It's like, bro, those fish are probably harassed enough as is. All the little kids walking up, tapping the glass and freaking them out. I walk up and tap on the glass. Like, I don't know. I think that those fish get a lot of attention. So to jump in there with them, they're probably like, what the flip? But to fish a Bass Pro, that would be hilarious, dude. Imagine catching a big old fish indoors. Man, guys, can we talk about something? Test lures in there? Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Test out all the lures you just bought. Yeah, but fishing would be cool. Football, JSF Scott. What's up, brother? Glad to have you in here. Yeah, it would be cool. You're not wrong. Like, okay, so all I was going to say is, how have they not created an indoor fishing facility? Like, why is that not a thing? Make it like literally a massive Bass Pro where you're selling lures. Then you've got a huge indoor, it's like a pond, like a pool pond thing. It's like you make it like it's an indoor pool, but you put fish in it and you have the water acclimated for fish. I don't know, that would be sick. Like, I bet you some of these big companies like Berkeley and Rapala, they probably got something like that. But we need that somewhere here where we can just go and you pay like $5 or $10 or $15. You get an entry, you get to go in, you get to fish. And it'd be indoors. Imagine catching a flipping 10-pounder and there's a roof over your head. And it's like, bro, what the, like, ah, that'd be sick, bro. Yeah, and there's people watching you, so don't take any. Right, yeah, like it would just be 100% catch and release only. Guys, we're on to a genius idea. We just need to make it happen. We got to contact someone. One of the Bass Pro had a place for kids to fish in? No, no way. Don't tell me that. If that's true, then I'm going to go there and freaking catch them all. But no, that's awesome, man. The Bass Pro, we were talking about this last night. I had my buddy on that he has a boat, and he invited me out. Thinking like 2 weekends from now, probably the 27th or something like that. Y'all be sure to be checking out for that. But our Bass Pro that's on our local body of water on the lake that I fish, it's like 10-15 minutes away from me, if that. The Bass Pro is on the water. Like it's got a whole dock and set up and everything, and you just like pull up to the side of the seawall and these docks, and you like, obviously you dock your boat and you legit can just walk up by whatever you want, walk right back down. They have a restaurant side of the Bass Pro. You could get food, you get lures, you get pretty much anything. I mean, y'all know what a Bass Pro has: hunting, outdoors equipment, all that good stuff. Which, by the way, guys, I am a Bass Pro affiliate, and I have a link in my description. So if you guys are shopping from Bass Pro, if there's anything you're already going to buy, feel free to use my link at no additional cost to you. It'll help your boy out, but you don't have to. Anyways, yeah, man, you could just literally hop out at our local Bass Pro shop and dock your boat at their local docks, go in, get whatever you want, and go right back down and get right to fishing on the water. It was just bluegill. Oh yeah, I think I saw the video. I think they made a video of it. It was pretty much like it was almost like a kiddie pool looking thing on a stand, and they had a bunch of bluegill in it for the little kids to catch, which that is hilarious and also really cool. I'm gonna sit down for a quick second. Football, JSF Scott says, I've never been to Bass Pro because I don't got none where I live. Yeah, man, that's a big problem with Bass Pro is I feel like they also kind of just only establish themselves in areas that are big, like metroplexes and like big populated areas. For your average local fisherman, for the guy that's in those rural areas, that's in the country, I mean, your best bet is finding one of them, finding like a tool shop or something like that, like a hardware store that has fishing equipment in it, or just finding some sort of a local marina, or just a local bait shop is your best bet. But if none of that works, then you definitely got to order online, man. Like, that's the best way to go. Is if you don't have a Bass Pro around you, I would recommend just ordering Bass Pro online. I've ordered from Bass Pro online plenty of times. The first order you do, I think it's if it's over $50, it ships free or something like that. But beyond that, whenever you place your first order at Bass Pro, they end up sending you this massive catalog that pretty much has everything in it listed for the year for free. I'll try to show you guys without making too much of a mess on my floor, but this is it right here. And it's pretty cool, man. Like, as a fisherman, it's something you could just take into the bathroom with you, whatever. I keep it on my desk. I like to look at it. I like to have it as a reference. I use it even as a stand. Sometimes I put stuff on it, as you can see right here. It got dyed purple because I was dyeing a purple bait and I threw it on there. But yeah, it's really cool, man. You place one order and they send you this massive catalog for free. I like that. I think it's a South thing. Yeah, yes and no. Whenever I go to Arkansas and Oklahoma, I don't find, Bass Pros anywhere. And I don't know what you consider South, but like Texas has them all the way to Florida. And it's like almost like a East Coast kind of thing. Like, I don't see any Bass Pros. I think they have one over in Nevada, but I'm not exactly sure, man. I know that Bass Pro is just really popular from Texas all the way to Florida. Similar to Buc-ee's, that like everyone over here loves Buc-ee's. I like Buc-ee's, man, a lot actually. Good stuff. I got to Dunham's and Places. I've never heard of Dunham's, but I bet you that's probably like a local thing. Have you ever met a famous fisherman? No, not necessarily. I was at a local tackle shop that was in the middle of nowhere, which I know I keep saying that, but the reason being is because I'm typically traveling a lot. I'm on the road a lot, and I love fishing and stopping at these random places that have tackle shops, excuse me. So one time I was inside of a tackle shop and I had met this guy that was like a semi-pro, and he was just talking to me about, sorry about that. He was just talking to me about fishing and all this good stuff, and I was just telling him, yeah, it'd be really cool to meet a pro. It'd be really cool to get some sponsorships. And he said, oh, you just missed him. So what do you mean? He said, yeah, this pro so-and-so. He said somebody's name. I don't remember. He was like, he was just in the store. He just bought some baits and left. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, he was literally just, you probably just walked right past him. And I was like, okay, that's cool. So I didn't even realize that, but it's not a big deal, man. I think they're really great guys, but I think one of these days I'll be up there with them. So I don't idolize them too much personally. They're cool guys though, man. I watch all their channels. DC Fishing, Jacob Wheeler, Mark Daniels Jr. I watch all of them, bro. I like the pros. I like a lot of the pro fishermen. When I'm out of, it's a sporting store. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. It's like a local sporting shop. We got some of those like that here in the South, pretty much everywhere, all the way. Like I was saying, Oklahoma, Arkansas has stuff like that too, but that's typically where you'll find a lot of hidden gems, man. I'm not gonna lie, because you'll find stuff that, like, let's say for example they start producing a bait color or a certain bait in a certain color, then they stop producing it. But if you go to these local tackle shops, they've got baits that may not have sold for a few years. I found crankbaits that they don't even produce anymore. When I'm out of college, I'm gonna have my own bait shop. That's gonna be a great plan, man. I hope to one day have something like that. It would be cool, just something I could just operate, sell baits out of, something, maybe like a private selection of stuff that I've handpicked. I don't really know, but yeah, I'll do what I can. I met Clay Dyer. Thank you guys for all the hearts, bro. I really appreciate that. I don't know who's spamming me all the hearts, but thank you. I met Clay Dyer. Golly, I'm trying to remember who that is. It sounds so familiar. Oh man, I can't think of it right now. That's really cool though, bro. I think that's awesome. Where'd you meet him at? You were just like walking around or something? You were fishing? Or he just kind of ran into you? How'd that go down? Feel free to let me know the story, brother. Might need to look him up. Okay. I'm looking him up right now. Clay Dyer, professional sports fisherman. If I can, you can. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what's up, bro. This dude's a beast. He came to our church. I got an autograph and some fishing line from him. Oh, dude, that's so sweet, man. That's so kind of him. I would love to do something like that, man. I'm not gonna lie. If a church or a venue, just any venue really, if it was a church or a restaurant or a popular business or even like a school, there's a local school here that I've debated kind of going over there and considering like, hey, would y'all be interested if I kind of had a sat down with everyone and just kind of talked to everybody about fishing and how to be more ethical and answered anybody's questions in the crowd kind of thing. So that's really cool that he did that, man. I love sportsmen that do that. I love the behind the scenes stuff. When people go out of their way to do stuff like, you know, it's just cool, man. I like doing stuff on camera. I love the camera. I love live streaming. I love the recording. I love the video editing. But I also really love doing stuff off camera when people don't see it, when people don't know what you did, but you made a positive impact. That's when it really, you feel it the most. You know what I mean? Like he probably does that because he has joy in his heart doing that. So bless him for that. That's a good thing to be doing, man. Visiting people, going to different churches, and just spreading the love for fishing. That's what's up, man. He's in Alabama. Oh, okay, that's what's up, bro. There's a lot of good fishing spots in Alabama. I got a buddy in Alabama that's been waiting on me to go visit. I might have to at some point. I know that there's, I think it's called Lake Wheeler out in Alabama, and there is Guntersville Lake and Lake Wheeler are two pretty good lakes, I think, out there that I'm familiar with. Like I said, I try and be off-road and stuff like that, but I do plan on hitting up Alabama and fishing some lakes out there, and definitely plan on hitting Guntersville. It's crazy how he ties his lures and reel in fish. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like it would be a challenge, bro. I gotta hand it to him, bro. I like his motto though. It's like, if I can, you can. Like nobody has an excuse. Yeah, he's right. He's right on that, dude. Like for the people in here that say, you know, I don't catch a fish. Like, bro, if I'm catching fish, you can too. Because I went from a point in time where I didn't know a dang thing about fishing. I didn't even, guys, when I'm telling you, my buddies used to have to do everything for me. I'd go to the spot with them. They'd hand me the rod. They'd tie the knot to the freaking hook. They'd thread on the wacky worm. They'd tell me what to do, where to cast, how to cast it. They'd tell me everything. I didn't know a dang thing, but I just knew that I loved fishing. And now it's to the point where I'm so geeked that now they look to me for advice. They're asking me what to throw. They're asking me how I do X, Y, Z. So yeah, it's just a matter of knowledge and information. But shout out to him, bro. That's got to be tough. That's got to be real tough. I like his motto a lot. Hey, Guildmaster, what's up, bro? Hey, glad to see you here, man. We had a great stream yesterday. I was not expecting to actually stream. I streamed this morning. I tried to do a pond hopping live stream just because I figured it'd be fun. Did not work out the best, man. We're having storms coming through, so the signal reception was terrible. And because it's a hot storm, it's the middle of summer, it's beyond humid. It's almost 90 something degrees out. The phone kept overheating and the battery kept dying. And also being by the water, I'm sure you know, the signal isn't as good. So it just wasn't working out for us. I came back. I figured I'd just chat with everyone and let everyone know how it went. But dude, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad that you got to go do some fishing this morning. I'm sorry that you only got some bites. Honestly, me too. The live stream missed it. Unfortunately, I didn't get it on camera, but I had missed a 1.5 pounder that blew up on my frog. It's just like a little dinky. And I was fishing a jig that I showed earlier on the channel that literally I was getting so many bites, just like you said, it ripped off one of the claw appendages, but I did never get one that fully committed. When we were eating, he balanced the whole chicken leg. What? What do you mean he balanced the whole chicken leg? On his nub? That's pretty funny. I'm out. Have a good one. Tight lines. Bass, fishing, etc. Thanks for being here, brother. Mr. Etc. Show yourself again next time. Loved having you. It's a great time, bro. You asked some great questions. I appreciate you being here with us. Feel free to hang out with me anytime. And go ahead and check out any of the videos if you haven't already, if you're subbed. Thanks, brother. Thanks for being here, man. Can't do it without y'all, man. I really can't. There's just no way. Yes, we did have a good stream yesterday. Lots of laughs and all good fun. Yeah, honestly, man, that was for my first live stream. To be honest, Go Master, you made me feel like just a lot happier, man. Just a lot more comfortable on stream. It felt like I had someone there to bounce ideas off of, and I'm still thinking about the idea we wrote last night. I still got it written down here. I'm not gonna say too much, but yeah, he was going at it. What do you mean he was just busting down the chicken leg, or you mean he was going at it like balancing it with his nub? Because either way, that's pretty cool, dude. And now you made me hungry. I wanna destroy a chicken leg. Gillmaster. Glad I can help. Can't wait to be part of the Rate Debate on chat. Dude, I know. That's such a genius idea. Fishing with Jonas, we had an idea last night where we thought about grabbing a bait, and like, let's say I ran the live stream for an hour and it was like a Rate the Bait where everyone in the chat got to say their experience. And I specifically went through and read everyone's name and each individual chat and their memory, their story, their experience, what they like, what they dislike, pretty much everything how I already do, but a little bit more organized so everyone kind of gets their light. Pretty much talking about a bait, like for example, if it was this big bite swim bait, we would all give our experience on it. We'd say what we liked, the pros and cons, what we disliked, and what they could do to improve it, stuff like that. Pretty much like a Rate the Bait, but a live stream. I think that's a genius idea. I don't know, whatever you think. If that's a good idea, let us know. What's the most expensive bait you own, and can you show it? Oh, that's a great question. The most expensive bait I own, I don't know what costs more. I think the bull shad, I have a Mike Bucco bull shad that costs $55. That's put away in my swim baits. It's kind of hard to get to. But probably just a KGB Spro shad is probably the most expensive one. I don't really want to spend too much money on a bait because I'm not familiar with swim baiting yet. I need to get better at it. Once I get comfortable enough to where, hey, I've thrown a few of these baits, I maybe lost a couple of them, I understand the game of swim baiting, I think I'm going to go up and get me something like a Roman made, or pretty much just, you know, something a little bit nicer. Maybe get a DRT Clash. I would love to have a Clash, man. It seems like such a good swim bait, but just a little KGB Spro shad, which, cool backstory on that. I actually got the KGB, it was back ordered for multiple months. I had pre-ordered it before Tackle Warehouse had released it, back when Spro and KGB had, back when Spro and, golly, who makes these originally? I can't think of it right now. Either way, the KGB Spro Shad, back whenever they first had made the collab, is whenever I had picked them up and it was on back order, and I pre-ordered it. I waited like multiple months for it, and yeah, I ended up getting the bait earlier before like a lot of people had their hands on it, and I still haven't fished it. So it's kind of dumb of me to like get the bait before everyone and not do a dang thing with it. So next time I pre-order a bait and I get it before like I think I was like the first 300 people to have a Spro Shad, and yeah, next time that happens, I think I'm gonna go out and fish with it, because I feel like I could have caught a whole bunch of fish and I just didn't even think about the fact that like, hey, they probably haven't seen this bait whatsoever. Now it's a little bit more popular. Most people in their swim bait box probably have a KGB. What bait category you doing first? Oh, that's a great question. That's a tough question, really. Maybe that's something I'll probably do a poll on. I'll either do a poll on it, or I'll do a poll on what kind of bait to do. Like, let's say, for example, if I decide we're gonna go with jigs first, and I'm not saying we are, that's just an idea. If we go with jigs first, I'll probably put like a Strike King Bitsy jig, this jig, or that jig, or that jig, and I'll poll it, and the most liked one is the one we'll review. Or maybe we'll just review all 4 of them, just, you know, like give different price points, like a really cheap Strike King jig, a little bit more affordable Dobbins jig, and then an even more affordable, sort of like a Jackal kind of jig. But yeah, they get pretty expensive. They get up there. I wish I had some of those Jackal crawlers. I don't have any anymore, but I got to get my hands on them. Dude, that sounds awesome. Thank you, bro. I think that's a great idea, too. To be honest, Gil was the one that gave me the idea originally, for the most part. We were kind of going back and forth talking about, like, rate this bait, that bait, and talking about the pros and stuff like that. And kind of had that idea to do a live stream of it, which, dude, that's so genius. I like it. I love it. For anyone in here that fishes Alabama rigs, what is your preference of line? So, Gilmaster, you're gonna laugh, bro, but I haven't decided what line to throw, bro. I don't know if I should go with the 20 or the 25, man. I can't figure it out. I'm leaning towards the 25 still, like we talked about, because I have a rod that's spooled up with 17 pound. I feel like 17 to 20 is not much of a jump, but 17 to 25 is. And I feel like 25 pound test isn't going to work as good as a flipping and pitching leader, but 20 pound test will. So maybe I should go with the 25 on the swim bait rod. Still trying to figure that out. Can you do a chatterbait A-rig? Oh, that would be crazy. I think Yak Pack did a video like that already. I'm not sure. But I thought it would be hilarious if I tied multiple A-rigs up. Like, what if you did an A-rig to an A-rig? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Does that make any sense? Like, that'd be nuts, though. Like, imagine one with multiple. That would be ridiculous. Yes, do the 25. Yeah, bro, I think I'm feeling like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. I think I saw that video. It's pretty cool, man. I thought that was pretty creative. But yeah, I think it'd be nuts if I got another Alabama rig and put it on each swivel and just literally had a massive A-rig with more A-rigs, like a massive chandelier. It'd be difficult, though. I'd have to get some finesse A-rigs. Next video, do that, please. Fishing with Jonas, bro. You're testing me. That's tough. I can't make things happen like that. I don't have all the A-rigs to even do that. That would be crazy. But I'll try and make it happen in the future for sure. Whenever I get, you know, whenever I'm a bit more successful at this, maybe, and I have a bit more money in my pocket, I'll be able to kind of make videos like that happen a lot easier. And it's definitely something I plan on doing. LOL, I'm the same way. I don't know if I should use that or that. I feel the pain. Yeah, man, I'm an indecisive person when it comes to making decisions that I think it's a big decision. Like, in my mind, it's a big decision. If I'm throwing $50-something baits on it, I don't want it to just sling right off. A lot of people recommend straight braid. I don't like that either. Like, that doesn't even make sense to me, throwing straight braid on a A-rig or on a swim bait. That just doesn't seem realistic. Everyone is recommending 25-pound fluorocarbon, though, so that might be the move. catch like 4 or 5 pounders at the same time. Yeah, that would be nuts, bro. No one's done it yet either. Like, dude, genuinely, Jonas, if I had 5 or 6 A-rigs, I'd make the video happen. It would have been up yesterday. I just don't have that many A-rigs. I don't have the capabilities, and I also got to find out what size A-rig to get, because I'm sure I'm gonna need a really big one for the main one, and for the other ones I'm gonna need some finesse little bait balls. So I'll have to figure that out. Slow Doc 6413 said, "Hey, what's up, man? What's up, bro? It's good to see you. I remember you were in the live stream yesterday. Glad to have you back, man. Appreciate you spending your time here with us. Right now I'm just kind of doing a little bit of research and just trying to decide what to throw. Still on my rod. 25 pound is winning. It's looking like we're gonna go with this. Just buy a bunch on Temu, man. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of Temu. I actually like almost refuse to order stuff on there. I ordered a tackle kit from there, and then I plan on doing a video for you guys, so you can expect that probably within the next maybe month, because I have so many videos planned and I just don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to every single one of them. But I ordered a Temu fishing kit, and I just don't like Temu, man. It's all so cheap. It's all so cheap. I'm yet to find anything that's like comparable to where it's like, oh, I'm paying pennies to the dollar, but I'm getting something that's as comparable as a name brand like bait. Yeah, like I'm yet to find it. I'm yet to find it. I can't. All the metal they use is cheap. All the hooks they use is cheap. The hard body plastic is cheap. The soft plastic is just so cheap, and it has barely any shine to it. Like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Temu. I can't lie, bro. But it probably, it probably would make sense for the video if I was to go on Temu, just because it would be more affordable and easier. So I do get you recommending me them in that sense, and I probably will have that video up at some point to give viewers an understanding of Temu baits. I can't use the A-rig. Why can't you use the A-rig? Why not? You're not in Alabama? Are you about to say you're not in Alabama? I swear. Gillmaster. What about the Senko pen? Senko pen? What's the Senko pen? What do you mean? I've never heard of a Senko pen. It's illegal in Maryland. Oh, that's right. Oh, okay. Aside from the whole, you can't use the Alabama rig if you're not in Alabama. It is illegal in some areas. You're totally right. Yeah, it is. I completely forgot, bro. You're so totally right. One Rod talks about that all the time. I think it's illegal to snag there as well, right? I think it's illegal to snag in Maryland, but I might be wrong. And that's the main reason that they banned A-rigs, is because you snag a lot of fish on an A-rig. I don't know if that is true or not. Feel free to let me know if I'm wrong, Gillmaster, but that's nuts. Yeah, they ban like a certain amount of hooks in some areas. Like I think in California, you're only allowed 3 hooks and 2 teasers. Here in Texas, bro, you can go all out. You can have as many hooks as you want. You can put the rubber rings on Senkos for wacky rigs. Oh, yeah, they have those, but you don't need Temu for that. They make those pretty much everywhere. They're pretty affordable. I have a Yum Dinger one, and I have another one by a different company. To be honest with you, dude, if I'm gonna, like for example, they don't make these on Temu. Crossover pliers. You want to talk about something that you could put a ring on a worm? Check these out, brother. This is the next step. Like, this is the step up. They come with crossover rings in them, which if you're not familiar with the VMC crossover rings, it's going to be the same as your normal wacky rig ring, but then it's going to have another ring that you can legitimately loop through either way. Just saying. No, totally, man, I totally get what you're saying. Like, it's probably really affordable on there. I'm not saying don't go get it from there at all. I'm not hating. I'm just saying that it's pretty popular. You can find them kind of everywhere. So, but it's definitely a good thing to pick up, man. And I use them. I use them all the time. I think it's a great thing to use, and they're really effective. So, yeah, if you guys are looking for a good affordable cheap one, don't be afraid to get them. Jacob Wheeler got me into those crossover pliers. Yes, yeah, Gillmaster. Gilmaster, you know what's up, bro. I think me and you probably are pretty similar when it comes to fishing and what we like and what we watch and stuff like that. Cause yeah, he's the same fella that kind of got me into him. And beyond that, originally I saw them in a shop. I saw Adrian Avina talking about them at a bait shop, and I as well saw them at a tackle shop when it had first came out and hit the market. And I was staring at them. I didn't buy them at the time. I was staring at them. They were like this in front of me. I was just like, for about 15 minutes, and I never bought them. That same day, I walked out with these VMC Nico rings, and I was like, I'll just use these. It'll just be fine, whatever. Then I went and watched Adrian Avina and Jacob Wheeler's video on the crossover pliers, and I was like, okay, no, those are game changer. Like, I like the simple fact that you can literally put rings inside of the handle here. Like, that's so cool to me. And it comes with rings inside. It comes with like 4 of them, I think. Yeah, 4 6mm rings. So then I realized I can take these Nico rings and put them in the other side of the handle. So now I got Nico rings and I got the crossover rings all in one place, in one tool. I love it, man. I love it. I wish I had like 3 or 4 of these. I'd keep one everywhere. Car, kayak, bank, whatever. Should I fish in the storm right now? It's pouring right now. No. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea to go fishing in a storm. I don't think, as Slow Docking said, storm, I don't know, but rain never hurt nobody. That's correct. Yeah, the rain never hurt nobody, and the fish are wet already. They don't know if it's raining or not. They don't care if it's raining or not. I don't fish in a storm, though, when it's extremely high wind, and if I'm on a body of water, or if I'm on a boat or a kayak, I can't operate the vessel. I don't fish in a storm if there's a lot of lightning. All right, thunder is one thing. Lightning's another thing. When you're hearing it, okay, it's time to start maybe getting ready and think about going. When you're seeing the flashes, it's time to get out of there. You're holding a huge rod with metal tips on the end of it. Like, you're asking to get shocked, man. I don't know what to tell you. I wouldn't go out in a storm, man. I know some guys have left comments on my shorts like, oh, dude, why not go fishing in a storm? I'm not going to do it, man. And I'm a diehard fisherman. I'll go out there at 4 a.m. I'll go out there at 3 a.m. I fish every single day. Y'all know that. I'm not going out if it's a lightning storm. It's just not worth it. It's not worth my life. It's not worth getting shocked, zapped. Anything could go wrong. It's just not worth it, man. It will be a good video. It will be a good vid. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Sometimes there's content and stuff like that. You got to risk it for the biscuit, brother. It definitely is a thing. Like this, that's why I got up this morning. I knew that storm was coming. I said I better get out there and just start doing some fishing before that storm comes in. I think it's better to plan around the storm. Plus, I think fish like to feed. Fish feed before, during, and after a storm, always. They're always feeding. But I think they feed the most right before a storm hits, because they want to get fat. They want to feed up before they got to hunker down somewhere if it's too turbulent of water. Now, if it's just a perfect amount of like rain and a perfect amount of wind, that will actually make them eat even more. That will trigger them to fish and trigger the fish to bite even more, trigger them to chase, trigger them to hunt, really become their apex kind of predator, personality that they have. And mainly because of the fact that the water is being churned up, it's going to stir up the microbiology inside of the water, which is going to stir up the pretty much everything from the food chain, starting from the bottom up. And it's just going to create life in the water. It's going to make them want to go after stuff. So yeah, it just depends how bad it's storming, how bad it's raining, how much wind speed it is. Like, if it's over like 15 mile per hour wind, I'm not doing it. 10 mile per hour wind will have me kind of questioning stuff. 15 is like, it's too much, man. I think I'm going to say F it and go with the 25 pound, brother. What size crossover rings do you get for Senkos? It comes with this, comes with the 6mm, but I've heard that downsizing to the 5s is better. I'm honestly not too sure. I'd have to experiment before I gave you an answer that I feel comfortable with, Gil. Just because I don't want to give you any information that's like, it's just not accurate. I can't be comfortable. I can't say that I have enough information to give you the proper answer. So you could, I definitely think you could check out the 5s if you could find them. The 5mm I've heard work. They're pretty much a sweet spot for everything, for Nico, wacky, all of it. Buzz bait plus storm equals big bites. Wow, that's crazy. I've never fished a buzz bait during a storm. I might have to try that. Excuse me. This live streaming stuff is a lot, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty tiring. It's tiring. I'm hungry. My throat hurts from just jibber jabbering. But I like being here, man. This is fun. I'm enjoying talking to you guys, whether there's just 3 people in here, it's just us 3, or whenever I get up to 20 viewers sometimes. It's cool, man. I'm happy with either way. It's like we're just hanging out, vibing, man. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards this 25-pound. During when it's raining, it works really good. Okay, I'll definitely have to give it a try. Take a break. Yeah, I think I will. I think I will soon enough once I get this 25-pound line on there, just because I think Gil is going to make fun of me if I don't at this point. Like, I got to get this line on here, and then I'll probably take a break and go get some food because I'm getting hungry. My eyes are starting to just like droop. I need a nap. Fishing was good this morning. Right before some rain, caught a bass and a big old crappie on my spinnerbait and 2 more bass on a Texas rig crawl. Let's go. Hey, Slow Dog, what time did you get out there? Did you get out there earlier? I hope it helped. I hope anything I gave you, any bit of information helped you get on just a little bit more of a bite, brother. Yeah, man, spinnerbaits are known to catch crappie from time to time, especially if you're throwing a 1/4 ounce spinnerbait. When I'm throwing a 1/4 ounce spinnerbait, I have caught so many panfish, crappie, bass, everything. 1/4 ounce is that sweet spot when it comes to a spinnerbait for me, at least whenever I'm fishing shallower water. Morning right before some rain. Yeah, typically before the rain is when they're eating up too. I don't know if you heard me mention that, but I was saying that I think fish really like to feed up right before a storm happens. It's almost like they're getting ready to hunker down. It's all good. Take your time with it. No judging here on my end. Yeah, I know, Gil. You're so cool, bro. I'm just messing with you. I'm giving you a hard time. I know you're pretty legit when it comes to hanging out with me and being chill, bro, because yesterday we were in the live stream for freaking almost 7.5 hours or something like that, and I only got 2 rods spooled up. I will update you, Gil, since you just joined not too long ago. I got my braid spooled up on one of my rods, so I have 3 done. This is the last one. This is the only one I got to do, and I can take a small break. I caught a crappie on a crankbait. I've done that too. I have done that too, man. It's crazy. I catch crappie on like reaction moving baits. But when you think about it, it makes sense because whenever you're crappie fishing, you jig for them or you use a live minnow, which a live minnow, it's kind of darting around, swimming, being erratic. Take a drink on the box. You still haven't forgot, man. That's funny. I hope it doesn't fall on me today. That's freaking hilarious, bro. But yeah, crankbait I've caught crappie on as well. I've caught big old bluegill. I've caught panfish. It's kind of nuts, especially if you throw a little 1.0 crankbaits. That's probably my favorite crankbait to throw. A silent 1.0 Strike King crankbait, sexy shad. I have caught so many fish on that right there, big and small. I've literally caught 4-pounders on a 1.0 crankbait. I've also caught massive gar on that crankbait. I think when it comes to a reaction bait, especially like I was saying with the crappie, you jig for them, right? You use live minnow or you're jigging for them. It's that reaction that really gets them triggered. So I think a crankbait and a spinnerbait, it definitely triggers that primal reaction sense, and that's why they go for it. But yeah, it's pretty funny, man. It feels like every time I'm going for crappie, I can't catch them, but every time that I'm accidentally fishing, like I'll catch them on accident before I catch them on purpose. You think this reel can handle 25-pound? It's just a simple standard bait caster. It only holds up to 120 yards at 12-pound. So the 25-pound, it'll probably hold like 50, 55, maybe 60 yards if I'm lucky. I don't know. Let me know what you think. What knot do I use for spooling the line up? That's a great question. Excuse me. Just had a burp. What knot do I use for spooling lineup? if you're referencing what knot do I use to tie to the spool, it is a, I believe it is called a Albright knot. I think you're good with that reel. Okay, cool. I figured. Thank you, brother. I don't want to mess anything up, but let me check, make sure I'm giving you the right answer. Albright knot. I know so many knots that it's hard to keep track of the name. I know how to tie every single one of them, but sorry, I don't know if it's the Albright knot. It might be the anchor knot. It is called an anchor knot or an anchor hitch. It's a self-cinching hitch style knot that pretty much it's almost like, yeah, that's what it's called, anchor knot. An anchor knot is probably the best kind of knot to go for whenever you're attaching it to your reel. In my personal opinion, I think it's just the best because it uses tension from itself. So the tighter you pull the line, the tighter you pull the main line, the tighter that the noose wants to cinch down around the reel. So it's like a noose. It's like creates a noose that goes around the reel, and then once you pull it, it just wants to cinch down. Like, I don't know if I'm explaining that good, but it's like, let's say like this is your spool right here. The line goes around it like this, and then this is your main line. The more you pull on your main line, the more that this line cinches down on itself, and it has a knot. It has a knot stopper that you tie in as well. That pretty much it cinches down on itself, hits that knot, and it stops moving, creating a perfect anchor hitch. Yeah, I've been having a hard time with that knot. Oh man, it's really easy once you get the hang of it. It's pretty simple. All you're gonna have to do is just loop it once through, and then you can loop it again, but you don't even have to if you don't want to. You can just loop it once through, and then you're going to want to have to tie an overhand knot in the tag end of the line, and then you have to tie a, it's an overhand, and then it's a half hitch, I believe is what it's called. An overhand and then a half hitch is all that it really is. I'm not exactly sure if I'm saying that correctly, though. Let me try and see. Yes, it is a half hitch. Okay. Really, really simple stuff then. It's just an overhand and a half hitch, and that's all it is, and then it cinches down on itself. I can try and make a video for it in the future, Jonas. I definitely probably should make a video on it, you know, just to help everyone out that may have the same question. So I'll make sure that's something I can try and fit into my schedule. Can you show us? Okay, yeah. Let me find some line, and I'll make it happen. All right, I got some line here. Let me just find some sort of something to tie to. Like if I had a carabiner or like a big old ring, that would be the best. I don't see any carabiners. Oh, come on. Let me keep looking for something that has some sort of a... All right, Jonas, this is just for you, brother. No one else. Everyone else, close your eyes. I'm just kidding. All right, we got just some line right here. Just use the 25-pound braid on the reel. Oh, it's not 25-pound braid. It's 25-pound fluorocarbon. It's 25-pound fluorocarbon, so I don't know. I will probably do it to my reel once I do it, but to show you that, it won't really show up on the camera as easily as this. So I'll do it on this and I'll do it on the reel as well. Don't worry. I just want to do this as a visual so you can see better. We got some paracord here. We got a carabiner. All you're going to do, go through. How would you reckon I go about catching big gar? Oh man, that's a tough question. I'm not your gar guy. Cut bait is a definite way to go. They have really hard mouths, so you got to set the hook like a crazy train. Use a big nasty circle hook, something with a nice gauge to it so it don't break off on you. And really the key to catch big gar is to just be in an area where big gar exists. Like, for example, down here in Texas, there's huge gar everywhere. Most of the lakes I fish has huge gar in them. With that being said, if you're not in an area that has big gar, you're just not going to catch them. I know that sounds so dumb and obvious, but like they typically like they like certain conditions. They like muddy, dirty water. They like river systems with clean water. They like you know what I mean? They like what they like, but wherever you can find them, that's the key, is to go somewhere that has a bunch of big gar. I believe that here in Texas, I think it's the Brazos River, has some really big gar. So yeah, I think you can book trips for like $100, maybe more or less. I don't know. And people will take you out and you can catch really big gar. But my best recommendation is find a big body of, like a big portion of a river or a body of water that you know has big gar in it. And yeah, use a big setup, man. Extra heavy, all that good stuff. If you know where gar are at, what gear do you think I should be using? Again, man, I really am not a huge gar fisherman. It's not that I don't like gar. I think it's a gorgeous, underappreciated prehistoric fish, and I would love to catch more of them. And I plan on doing that on my channel. I'm not the best to be giving advice on that. I don't want to mislead you, but definitely you can't go wrong with a heavy or an extra heavy kind of rod. And you definitely can't go wrong with at least probably like an 8-footer. Like an 8-foot would not be bad. I'm about to go out for some walleye, but not sure if I should use a spinner bait or some sort of topwater lure. Any tips? Let me think about that real quick. And by the way, brother, don't worry, Jonas. I'm gonna do this as quickly as I can. Let me answer these fellas. I'm not the best walleye fisherman as well. You guys are definitely getting me out of my comfort zone here, but I'm gonna give y'all the best answer that I have to my abilities. Walleye do like spinners. They also like to eat live worms, and they also like to eat leeches, which is a really crazy answer, I know, but walleye love to eat leech. They love them. So if you have any sort of a live leech as a bait, that's amazing. If you have gulp leeches, that might work as well. If you have live worms, that might work for sure as well. Minnows might work, but not really. You're more than likely going to catch a crappie or a bass on that. And you're saying a spinnerbait. A spinnerbait can work on walleye, but typically you're better off throwing like a rooster tail or inline spinner, as well as they have stuff called walleye rigs, which is literally like, it's like line with weights and beads, and it's got a spinning blade in the line. Like it's like just a single Colorado or like a single Indiana blade that runs through the entire rig. It's called a walleye rig. Bass Pro sells them. Berkeley makes them pre-made. Just Google a Berkeley walleye rig, and those work like a charm, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It's got a little spinner in it. You can do everything you want to it. Slow dock and go to Mississippi River and get a saltwater rod and reel combo and fish with leader and use really tough bait like frozen fish. Yeah, that's even better advice. Exactly. Get some sort of a big saltwater rod and reel combo, like a big 8-foot heavy, extra heavy, and maybe even bigger, 9-foot if you want, 10-footer, and fish with some really heavy braid. I'm talking like 80-pound, 100-pound braid. And then I don't even know if I'd go with mono. Bro, I don't even think I'd use mono. I'd probably end up using some sort of like steel leader. I would look into getting some steel leader and tying your braid to a steel leader, because there's just like so many sets of teeth on a gar, especially if you're chasing like big monster gar. Yeah, I would definitely do something like that. And the frozen fish, that's a really good idea that he just gave you, is frozen fish. Or you can salt fresh fish or fresh bait, fresh cut bait. If you salt it and let it sit for a little bit, it pulls all that moisture out of it, or a lot of it, and it helps it be a little bit more firm. But yeah, frozen fish, that's a good tip, just because it'll stay on the hook a lot better. And they don't even really like to, the way bass and catfish and most fish eat, they don't inhale it. 180-pound braid if they have it. Yeah, literally go up as high as you can go with the braid, man. It's a big prehistoric fish, and they don't like to eat. They like to tear stuff up. They come through and shred with that big old mouth. They like to shred their bait up first, so you got to really let them hit it and shred it up. I have lakes around me that have decent sized gar in them, but I've never gotten to trying to catch them things, but it seems interesting. You think frozen perch would work? Yes, I do think frozen perch would work. Like a charm. All right, let's get into this right here. Jonas, this is really simple, brother. I don't want you to overcomplicate things. We're gonna take, this is the, let's go back a step. This is, pretend like this is the eyelet of our hook, okay? This little ring right here is the eyelet of our hook. We're gonna take our main line, or leader line, whatever you're using, main line, or backing, excuse me, not leader line. This is your, not eyelet, this is your spool of your reel. I'm being a fool right now. But you're gonna wanna go around the spool of the reel. Pretend like I just went around the spool of the reel if you can. I know it's not a spool, but you know what? Let me just pull a spool out and I'll do it to the spool. How about that? That way we get more of a realistic kind of approach here. Take my side plate off. All right, got my spool right here. So it'll give you more of a realistic kind of approach. I'm gonna take my spool, take my line. We're gonna go over him like that and back out, so that way I'll be able to, you know, tie my knot. Then you're gonna take your tag end and you're just gonna do a simple overhand. This is called an overhand knot right here. When you literally just take the line and whoop, make a loop-de-loop, just a simple loop-de-loop, like you're drawing squiggles with your pencil. Take this through that hole, cinch that boy down. That's your knot stopper. That's what your other knot is going to catch and stop whenever you tie the knot. So we're at this point, we have the line around the reel and we've tied our knot stopper. All you're going to do, this is going to be tough to hold the reel and show you, so I apologize if I'm not doing the best job. You're going to take this line, your tag end line with the loop, and go around the line that you have right here, and you're going to make another loop. So you see now we have our main line right here, and all we've done is make a loop around it, and take this guy and go through that hole that you've created, that loop you created. So same loop, but instead you're putting the line through it. That's called a half hitch. Now whenever I cinch it down, both knots have met. I'm going to take my main line and we're going to cinch him all the way down. Now this is not going to hold as good because I'm using like paracord, but it should hold just fine. This is not even like good paracord, it's pretty loose stuff. But you see how that's holding? I'm tugging on that as hard as I can. Like, I'm gonna break the paracord probably before I mess up my anchor, before I mess up my spool. But you see how the knot here is catching the other knot. The key is you have to make sure to tie that overhand first. And a half hitch knot is literally an overhand knot. It's the same thing. It's an overhand knot, but you're just putting the main line. You're making sure that the line is going around the main line. Then you do your overhand and through and pull up. It's really simple stuff, brother. And I think you can do it. It's just going to take practice. And maybe you just repeat it like 2 or 3 times and you get it. Maybe you repeat it 20 or 30 times and you get it. It doesn't matter. However long it takes you, it's worth putting in the work in. Because, like, it's really one of the strongest knots. Like, I don't know if y'all can see that. Like, there's no tension, there's some tension, then I'm literally pulling my other hand down. It's called an anchor knot for a reason. People use this knot to tie up their anchors. People use this knot to hitch their boats. People use this knot for a lot of different things. It's one of the best cinching noose knots. And what I mean by that is, like, as you can see, it creates a little noose that it cinches down to whatever it's wrapping around, which is really what makes it a powerful knot when being wrapped around your spool. That's what you want. With that being said, I now feel more confident to put some line on this reel. And Gil, I think we're just gonna rock out with the 25 pound, bro. I think I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna full send it, and if I don't like the 25 pound, I can always take it off and go 20, dude. Who cares, right? Who cares? Who even cares anymore? I can't sit here and be stopped on this forever and get nowhere. Put our reel back in there. Good to go. All right. Golly, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous to do this right now. I don't want to do something that's going to not be what I want, but at the same time, I just think I'm overthinking it a bit. I'm overthinking it. I'm throwing Alabama rigs and I'm throwing swim baits. What's the overall size for a trap if you're bank fishing? Okay, I know a lot of people like a 1/4 ounce. I like 1/2 ounce. I want to be able to bomb that thing out there. I want it to ride a little bit deeper in the water column because most of the time with a trap, I'm burning it back, bro. Like, I'm burning that trap back. If I'm not burning it back, I'm ripping it out of the grass, so it doesn't matter what the weight is. The only time I ever downsize on a rattle trap is whenever I'm literally getting snagged up and I need to throw something lighter. So if you're fishing off the bank, I use 1/4 ounce, but I want to be comfortable. Yeah, see, like a 1/4 ounce is definitely the way to go. You will not get snagged up. Throwing a 1/4 ounce off the bank is probably the best bet. But my personal preference, I like the 1/2 ounce just because I know how I fish. I'm going to bomb it out there. I'm going to get it as deep and far as I can, and I'm going to burn it back. So yeah, it's just, that's all relative on the water you're fishing, of course. But a 1/2 ounce is definitely my comfort zone. I know that the 1/4 ounce is slept on, man. Like, a lot of people don't throw a 1/4 ounce, but it's effective, especially bank fishing. A lot of people like throwing a 1/4 ounce. Golly, what's that kid's name? Fishing with whoever. I can't remember his name. There's one of those YouTubers, he likes throwing a 1/4 ounce rattle trap a lot. He catches them pretty good on there. What do you think about a 3/8 ounce trap? Oh, that's interesting. I've never really had a 3/8 ounce trap. I didn't know they made 3/8 ounce traps. Most of the traps that I have are 1/4 or 1/2 ounce. That's not to say I don't think they make them. I'm sure they make them. I'm just saying I don't personally own one, so I've never actually used it. But a 3/8 ounce trap, that sounds like a dream, dude. If they're not making that, then they need to start producing that crap. A 3/8 ounce trap, like, if you ask me what's my favorite jig size, a lot of people say, oh, I like a 1/4 ounce. A lot of people say, oh, I like a 1/2 ounce. My favorite jig size is a 3/8 ounce. If I could do any sort of jig fishing, it's a 3/8 ounce swim jig all day long. Bill Lewis came out with it at ICAST, so it's got to be a new thing, right? That has to be new, bro. There's no way. If Bill Lewis came out with it at ICAST, that has to be new. Bro, why have they not done that already? A 3/8 ounce rattle trap is genius. Holy cow, bro. Oh my gosh, someone fucking did it. It's got to be new, bro. That has to be new. There's no way. I have been fishing my whole life. I have never, ever owned a 3/8 ounce rattle trap. I'm so glad you just put me onto that. If that's for real, a thing, that's cool, bro. That's why I'm saying I think I'll be throwing 3/8 ounce instead of 1/4 ounce. Yeah, no, dude, 1/4 ounce runs too high. 1/2 ounce runs just a bit too deep off the bank. A lot of times you'll end up getting snagged up against rock, or you'll bang it up a little bit too much. You end up having like no paint on your rattle trap. A 3/8 ounce might be the dreams. Oh my gosh, bro. I got to get my hands on something like that. Holy cow. The problem is I just spent so much money on fishing gear. It's like you just bought the new iPhone and then they came out with the brand new iPhone. It's like, bruh, I just bought this one. I can't Like the amount of half-ounce rattle traps that I just bought, at least 20 of them. There was at least 20 of them. Oh, golly goodness. I'm going to see if I can show you them. Oh, you know what? No, I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. Saving that for a video. I'll be getting some at Bass Pro this weekend. I'll let you know how I feel about it. Bro, please do. Please do. Come back and tell me that you caught the snot out of them, because let's be honest, bro. We know what's going to happen when you throw that 3/8 ounce rattle trap. 3/8 ounce rattle trap, dude. Why have they just now made that? It took them, how many years has a trap been out? Especially like Bill Lewis, like the rattle trap has been out for, let's find out. How long has the rattle trap by Bill Lewis been in existence? What colors should I get? Bruh, that's tough. You know, the most popular rattle trap is going to be like chrome and then a red color one. That's like what everyone says. Get a chrome one and then get a crawl red color. Bro, I throw a bluegill trap. I throw a bluegill trap the most, especially like, bro, we're pond fishermen. As a pond fisherman, the main forage is sunfish and bluegill. Like any sort of a sunfish or a bluegill or something like that. Every time I throw a gill trap, I never fail to catch fish. Every single time I've thrown a gill trap and caught some really big fish, man. I think the first trap fish I ever caught was on a bluegill patterned trap. I used to think rattle traps didn't exist. Or a gold one. Yes, a gold one is great as well, but that's dependent on water clarity. I will never throw a gold colored bait in clear water. If you have stained, tannic, or muddy kind of dirty water, gold can be your best friend. If you have clear water, gold can be your enemy. At least that's my experience with gold. I've never caught a fish on a gold colored bait in clear water. A gold spinner bait, nope. A gold inline spinner, nope. A gold bladed chatterbait, nope. Gold trap, nope. It's got to be dirty, muddy colored water. Like the water needs to look like sweet tea, like legitimately sweet tea. Then you throw a gold trap in there, lock them up. But yeah, gill, man. I would definitely go with some sort of a gill trap. Let me see what I got in my box real quick. Yeah, man. A gill trap, or I mean, definitely a classic chrome. You can never go wrong with it, but it's like, man, those have been around for so long. I feel like every fish has seen a chrome trap. You know what I mean? I'm about to look this up. Bill Lewis 3/8 ounce rattle trap. I'm about to look at if they have the colors online. I'll look at all the colors here with you, and we can pick something out together. Oh, they got some new colors. Hey, check that out. They got purple ghost, green gizzard, fire craw, bluegill, smallmouth magic, and threadfin 2.0. Oh my gosh, bro. Hey, if you like fishing Bill Lewis, do you like fishing the MR6? Not gonna lie, that might be one of my favorite crankbaits, and I'm missing I think it's called Ghost Craw, Bill Lewis MR6 crankbait. I'd do anything for that crankbait right now. Whoa, what's this new? They got another trap called the Hammer Trap? Bill Lewis Hammer Trap? Is this what you're talking about? Oh, it is. It's this hammer trap, bro. It comes in a 3/8 ounce and a 5/8 ounce. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. You think that they'll have it at Bass Pro? Purple Ghost Craw sounds fun. Yeah, purple is my favorite color. Yeah, I love purple. Everything purple, man. Everything purple for me. Soft plastics, jigs, all of my rods, combos, like jerk baits. I got a purple jerk bait. That's my favorite color. It's just something that's stuck with me for a while. I used to fish purple because my sweet girl, she used to dye her hair purple, and it was just like kind of like a funny thing I used to do. But then I actually found out that I was in love with it. Yep, they're in stock on my Bass Pro. You're joking, bro. You are joking. No, I'm just kidding. They're probably in stock at mine too. I just haven't checked, but let's look at some of these traps together, brother. Baton Rouge, this looks nuts. This looks so cool. Okay, first of all, that looks insane. And I know I said don't get a chrome one, but these chrome ones look so good. Oh my gosh, that black splatter chrome, blue splatter chrome, I want both of them. I'd fish the black one in the summertime just because I feel like fish kind of get the dark top when it gets hot out. And then the blue one in wintertime just because, a little bit colder water. Coloration might be a little bit more blue hue. I don't know. There's Fire Craw. There's the gold one. Yeah, the gold one looks, oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. He said, on my way. Jonas is going to pull up. Go to the one with the dot. These two right here? Or which one? These two? Guacamole, that looks fire. I'm not going to lie. The Fire Craw one looks pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. The yellow strip on top. I don't see that. Maybe I'm being blind right now. Oh, this one right here. Talking about guacamole? Purple Nurple? Oh, snap. Gil. Phantom Purple? Bro. Ah! Ah! Bro. Phantom Purple, this thing looks gorgeous. Oyster, that also looks gorgeous. Okay. You asked me what to get, and I said get a gill representation. I take that back. Mainly because I don't really like, they don't have that much of a gill present like Pro Perch, but that's not really the best. If I was to personally get anything, I would get Purple Nurple, because that's just right up my alley. But beyond that, I like that it kind of has a white body to it. It's going to represent a shad perfectly, like a gizzard shad. How much for Purple Nurple? Sold out. It's $8.99, but it's sold out. Yeah, man, I'm not going to lie. I feel like ever since I started talking about purple baits, this has just been getting sold out everywhere. Like, every time I see... Look, these aren't sold out, these aren't sold out, these aren't sold out, but the Purple Nurple sold out. Every time, bro. That's why it... Yeah, that's why it's a good producing bait. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty obvious purple's the way to go. And they do have Phantom Purple in stock, which is really cool. I've never caught fish on a clear rattle trap. I didn't even know that existed. I'd probably buy this just to have a clear one. And then I would go with oyster as well. Yeah, I'm getting the oyster color. Yeah, I would go with oyster. It's because of the name. Yes, I totally agree. I think the name sells the bait as well as the little bit of purple. Because if you look at oyster and you look at Purple Nurple, the only slight difference is the purple fin at the top. This has got a blue fin. It still has the orange, it still has the white body, just has the little bit of blue accent, as opposed to this one has this red, black, and purple. But I really do love this Purple Nurple color, and I was going to recommend you to get the oyster as well, so definitely you're on the right track, brother. I don't even think you need my recommendations. Now, I will say this, if you're looking at a craw color, this root beer craw, that looks gorgeous, dude. To me, this is like a perfect, like, beautiful looking root beer craw. It's not too much. It's not too little. It's got that little bit of vanilla at the bottom. It's got the orange at the top. And then the green accent really has a nice, natural, realistic profile. But it looks like it could also work in some stained or dirty watercolors just because the orange. And I'll say this. The dots all over it. That looks like a freaking crappie. That looks like a warmouth. That looks like some sort of species of baitfish. So the root beer craw you probably couldn't go wrong with. Sexy or sneaky shad, that's their take on sexy shad, I guess. Obviously you can never go wrong with that, but the oyster is gonna catch the crap out of them, bro. You know that's gonna represent a shad. You know it's gonna represent bait fish other than just a shad or anything like that. Like, it's gonna represent any sort of bait fish perfectly, almost like a rainbow trout color. Yeah, it is almost like exactly. It's got the dots like a rainbow trout as well. So crappie, rainbow trout, warmouth, a lot of fish have this black spot pattern. Frogs, a lot of frogs have that black spot on them. So it's a really nice looking color there. And smallmouth magic looks interesting, although I don't know if I would spend my money on that. But for $8.99, it's actually a fairly priced rattle trap for a 3/8 ounce trap. It's a little bit on the higher end, but I think it's worth it, especially if I could get my hands on this purple nurple one. If I could get two, my personal ones I would go with is purple nurple and phantom purple, just because the purple in the name is gonna sell me right there. Like, I'm a sucker for that. I know it. I know I am. I'll own up to it. But they have mustad triple grip hooks on the baits. Yeah, they totally do, bro. They look like they're equipped with it. I think that the new rattle traps do as well. When I say new rattle traps, I mean the original rattle trap, but the ones that are currently being produced. Yeah, see, they come with the triple grips, I believe. Premium mustad hooks. And you can tell by the bend that it's the EWG triple grips. But that's only something they've recently added. Back then, it used to be bronze hooks, and then it moved up to the silver ones, and then they moved up to the mustad ones that we know and love today. But, yeah, it looks like a charm, bro. I would love to have that thing. Let's see if I can adjust this a little bit. Better. Is that better? I don't know. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this line here. I'm still leaning towards the 25 pound, man. I'm still leaning towards the 25 pound. Just seems like the best move. What do you think of mustad hooks, man? I'm not gonna lie, I've heard a lot of hate, and I've heard a lot of people that just live by mustad. I don't mind them. I think it's fine. I've also caught fish on literally gorge hooks made out of wood and hairpins. So, what app do you use to edit your videos? I use the YouTube app. Surprisingly, I just literally use the YouTube app, or I use iMovie. I don't really use an app. If I'm being honest, man, I don't edit much. Like, as you can see, we're on live stream, and I don't really have too many mistakes. I think instead of editing, I told myself that I was gonna just limit the amount of edits I would have to deal with. Most of the time, it's me just cutting from one clip to the other. So yeah, I don't really edit much. I don't need some sort of big editing software. It would be nice to have like a Final Cut or something, or like Premiere Pro or something, but I can't afford that, man. And maybe if the channel takes off to a point where I feel like I need to up the quality of videos and editing and all that, I definitely will. That's something I'll definitely look into. And I want to. I just, like I said, man, everything costs money, and everything comes with time, and you know, I can't afford everything at once. You got to pick and choose. You got to prioritize what's going to be best for the channel. Like, some people said, man, you shouldn't have bought all those baits. You could have bought an editor. Some people said you shouldn't have bought all those baits. You could have bought a boat. But you buy the boat, you have nothing else. You get the editor, but you have nothing else. You got to start somewhere. And for me, baits were the easiest thing to acquire, because I could find them on sale. I could just wait. I could get them on sale. I could save my money for them, and they're easily accessible. I didn't have to go looking and hunting for the perfect boat. I didn't have to go looking and hunting. Bro, I don't know an editor. I'm the best editor in my town, that as far as I'm aware of. I'm the best photographer and editor that exists in my small little town in Texas. So for me, the easiest route was to just get a whole bunch of lures and focus on fishing, and just really, like, even if it didn't work out, man, I love fishing. This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But in the future, I do hope to get some sort of better editing software. I hope to get a better camera. I hope to get better equipment all around, just so I can make everything a better experience for the viewer. I know that you guys, like Gil, we sit there and watch all these YouTubers, and we talked about it. We like watching them because they have good content, but beyond that, it's good camera work, it's good editing, it makes sense, and it'll keep us on track. And that's something that I definitely think I need to take away from them. But I don't mind the hooks. KVD lives by them. Yes, KVD does live by the hooks, and he does mention that you can replace them, but he doesn't, and he's won a lot of tournaments with them. I've caught a lot of fish on Strike King hooks. I don't change them out personally. I've caught a lot of fish on mustad hooks. I like them as well. I think they're, man, like I said, I've caught fish on bronze hooks. I've caught fish on bobby pins. I've caught fish on hooks made out of wood. If you can do that, you can catch fish with anything. InShot has some more things that iMovie doesn't have, like speed timing and more. It's also free. I will say this, iMovie does have speed timing and a whole bunch of stuff. The problem with iMovie is you have to know how to access it and like figure out where it's at. It's not really the most instructive or clear, right? Like, you don't know where to find the speed timings. It took me a while to find that. A lot of the stuff, like, I don't know how to, like, my girl flipped me off on camera in one of the videos I posted, and I was like laughing my butt off, but it's like, I don't know how to blur that out yet. I'm sure that the option is there somewhere, but it just takes time and getting comfortable, getting familiar with your editing software. You will learn many things that you did not even think existed. But I will say iMovie is not my recommendation. It's not the best. It's not even close to the best. Get Premiere Pro or Final Cut if you can. And like you said, if you find something that you like to use that's free, InShot, if that's what you like to use, and it's what is comfortable for you, it's what you're familiar with, and it's what allows you to make a video happen, do it, man. All the way, full send. I'm just, like I said, I don't edit much. It's just me cutting from clip to clip for the most part. So I could do that on anything. I can do that on the YouTube editing software, which sometimes I will do. So I will say I'm trying to learn how to edit better, but I just think it's better to limit my mistakes and make less editing in the end. You know what I mean? I just try and make sure I get the clip that I really am wanting. We have been streaming for 4 hours straight. That's nuts. Yesterday we did, what was it, 7.5 hours. That's wild, man. Yeah, I've been using it for a while and it's been good. Nice. That's what's up, brother. Whatever gets the job done for you, that's the way to go. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll definitely give it a look whenever I get a chance. I'll probably look it up real quick right now, just out of curiosity. InShot. Oh, that's cool. It's like an app. That's what's up, man. Do you edit off of your phone or do you edit off a computer or a laptop? Got 2 rods done as well. Yep, that's true. Or are you saying you did too? Gil, are you spooling up some rods with me? Are we hanging out spooling up rods together, bro? 4 hours, yeah. 4 hours is not bad, man. Yesterday it was my very first stream, and we ran it for 7 to 7.5 hours. This stream we've ran so far, it's been 2 hours and 50 minutes. So what is that? 4 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, man, I've just been grinding it out. Honestly, I love doing this live stream and stuff. This is a lot of fun, and I love interacting with people, and I just find perfect moments for it. Like I said, like I might pull out the stream even whenever I'm playing some PC games because, like, might as well. I'm on the computer, I'm playing the game. It's not much for me to just hit the stream button and talk to y'all some more and hang out with y'all some more and just be present, be available for anyone that might have any questions or might just want to talk to me or see me, as well as anyone that might enjoy watching games and stuff like that. But beyond the video games, like right now, I'm just sitting down. I just got back from fishing, and I know I need to put some line on my reel. Why not turn it on? Why not chill and talk to y'all? I love doing it. So we've been in this one for 4 hours. I'll probably shoot for, let's say, maximum another 30 more minutes. I don't know how much longer I can go, but I do plan on doing 24-hour live streams as well. And for my first and second stream, a 7.5 hour and a 4 hour one is It's not bad, man. I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I know a lot of people, they start out streaming, um, they don't really know what to do, and they don't keep it open for very long. And yeah, I feel like there hasn't really been a dull moment since we've started streaming. It's always, you know, constant chatter, talking about something new, something entertaining. And when there is a moment of silence, it's almost appreciated. Like, you know, like I'm almost, whenever I'm not talking, guys, I'm genuinely just absorbing every bit of information that I can, because we're talking about a lot, and I'm having to go through and talk to a bunch of people, and I want to make sure that what I'm saying is genuinely being absorbed. I don't know. I'm a conscious listener. I don't like when people say, "Oh yeah, yeah," and then, well, whatever. The stream yesterday was fun. Now you'll be able to stream tomorrow night. Is Rate the Bait the Friday stream? Oh my gosh, Gillmaster, you want the Rate the Bait to happen? That's a toughie. I feel like I might need to think a little bit more on how I want to approach Rate the Bait. I want to have some sort of setting and some sort of idea on what I'm gonna start out with. I could try and do it Friday, if that's what you would want, and I'll do my best. But I also feel like Friday I might not have enough time because I have a family dinner, and I want to give it the appropriate amount of time, and I want to give it the appropriate setting. I want to, you know what I mean? Like, I want it to just be clean and like make sense, and I don't want to jump into it and it be kind of jank, like nobody really gets the theme. Like, maybe I should get a whiteboard and put it up on my wall here, and we could like write down the bait of the day or the bait of the week or whatever it is, just so everyone that joins and leaves, they're staying on track with what we're talking about, something like that. What about Saturday? I can try and do it Saturday. It's the same thing. It's just gonna be, I'm gonna have to sit down by myself and, you know, kind of think about the approach I want to take, and how I can make it the best experience for you guys, as well as the most logical approach and the most, you know, efficient, because I want it to make sense for everyone. And yeah, man, honestly, it's just something we talked about. We just talked about it yesterday, and I barely was able to sleep on it. I love the idea. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I want to approach it the right way. I want to give it the right light that it deserves, because I think it's a really, really good idea. And when you have something like it's a really good idea, man, you don't want to just throw it out there in the wind. I want to present it on a silver platter, you know. So I got to think about how I'm going to approach it. But I appreciate you guys, you know, keeping me kind of on track there and staying on my head about it. Yeah, man. Okay, take all time, all good. Yeah, man, just take your time and think about it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. And I'll definitely be live streaming tomorrow. I'm definitely going to open up the live stream at some point tomorrow. I'm probably going to try and start opening the live stream every single day. It's just a matter of the amount of time that I have in certain days. Most of the time throughout the weekday, I'm pretty free. Like Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for the most part, I'm relatively free. But Friday, Saturday is when plans start to happen. You know, weekend people asking to do stuff. So I just have less increments of time. But I will still try and find little windows. Maybe if it's an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours, however long I can stream, I'll try and find windows and opportunities like that. And I'm not doing it just because I like the audience, man. I'm doing it because, like, dude, this is fun. I feel like I actually have friends to talk to, fishing related. And, like, I live in a really small town and people love fishing here, but they're not, like, because fishing is so popular, it's like everyone here is born with a rod and reel in their hands. So we don't really talk about it like that. And it's not that we don't really talk about it. It's like there's certain levels to how much you're into fishing. Everyone here is into fishing, but some of these guys, man, they only go like once a month. They only go like a couple times in a year. But they'll post a picture of them. Oh, I love fishing. That's cool, man. But you're not going to talk to me about it day in and day out. You're not going to get on live stream for 7.5 hours and chat with me about it like Gillmaster and Fish with Jonas are. So, I don't know. There's levels to it, and I love doing it, bro. Awesome. I can nerd out with someone about fishing baits and fishing all around. Yeah, man, me too. And to be honest, for a while, I thought I was a weirdo. Like, I thought I was a geek. I thought I was a nerd. I thought I was a weirdo for it, and I felt really awkward and uncomfortable because, like, I want to talk about it, right? Like, it's all that's on my brain. It's all that's in my head. I want to sit there and just spew and turn into a freaking PowerPoint about it. That's what my girlfriend calls me, a PowerPoint. But yeah, man, as I'm starting to, do these live streams and talk to you guys, like I'm starting to learn that there are people out there that are like me and like enjoy fishing just as much as me, maybe even more than me. I don't know. And that's a good feeling. That's a great feeling. Like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for the day that somebody out nerds me. It's like, holy crap, dude, look at your plethora of baits. Like, I don't know. It'd be funny. It'd be cool. I would love it. Oh, and I checked out iShop. It looks pretty decent, man. It seems like it's an app that I could just install on my phone and use as a quick editor. So I might do that. Yeah, I live in a small town and just about everyone fishes or hunts, but not a whole lot of people talk about it. Yeah, literally, that's just how it is here, man. And if they do talk about it, it seems like everyone's a little bit kind of on edge or something. Like everyone's kind of like protective over it, like because they fish, you're not allowed to fish or something. I don't know, it's weird. All I know is I would fucking smoke circles around these dudes around any pond, and I do it on a regular. And when I pull up and I start fishing, people are like, dude, how is he catching them? We've been here all day and he just pulled up. All the time, man, all the time. But I'm not like that. I don't have an ego about it. When I'm out fishing, I love talking to people. I love talking to other fishermen and interacting. Just the same way I am the same way I am on live. If you find me in person, I'm the exact same way. You're not going to notice any bit of change. Actually, I'm probably more energetic and like comedic about it in person than I am on live. I feel like I restrict myself a bit just because I don't want to cross any guidelines or any sort of rules that might get me in trouble, and I also don't want to I don't want to offend anybody, you know. I'm not on here to do that. I'm just on here to talk about fishing, and that's pretty much it. They don't want you to know their spots. Yes, that is a big deal of it. They don't want you to know their spots. They don't want you to know the spots. They don't want you to know what lure or bait they're using to catch the old 3-pounder. Like, I'm so amazed. They don't want you to be fishing their spot. That's really what it comes down to. So they just don't talk about it. It's all of a sudden like nobody fishes. Like, I don't see Jimmy, Timmy, and Sammy out there casting and catching nothing. All right, buddy. Malarkey. Straight malarkey. I don't care, man. I'm not like that. If y'all watch my videos, y'all see people walk up to me and ask me what I'm fishing with, and I'll tell them. And in my videos, you'll see people walk up on me and start fishing and casting right next to me. I don't say a word, bro. It doesn't bother me. Other fishermen don't bother me. Anyone asking me what I'm throwing, it doesn't bother me. And the reason why is because I'm not going to be someone else being a good fisherman isn't going to make me a bad fisherman. That's not on them, bro. It's on me, you know? So if I tell someone the bait I'm using and they're casting right next to me, and if they catch a fish, all they're going to do is fire them up. All they're going to do is weed out the small ones for me to come in and catch the big one. I have no problems fishing right next to somebody. I have no problems fishing right behind somebody. I've gone behind people and caught fish out of spots that they haven't been able to, and had them turn around and go, hey, what are you using? It's just like that, man. It's just like that. I don't know what it is, though. I wish people in my town talked about it more and were more friendly about fishing. I wish people didn't look at fishermen like we're the trash or scum of the earth, or we're all druggies or something, man. Sure, there's bad apples and everything. There's bad cops, there's bad doctors, there's bad everything, man. Bad teachers. There's bad fishermen. I don't even know if you could call them fishermen. You know, they go out there, they litter the spot. They're dumping God knows what in the water. You don't know how they're catching or releasing these fish, if they're even releasing them at all. How long they're keeping them out of the water, how much they're stressing them out, and how they're handling them. You just don't know anything. So just how it is, man. I tell people what I'm using and keep fishing. Yes. Yeah, that's the way to do it, Gillmaster. Like, it just don't make no sense to keep that information from someone. Now, granted, sometimes I don't want someone to tell me. That's why I don't go up to people and ask, hey, what lure are you using? So I don't randomly tell someone, hey, I just caught this on a worm. Unless someone asks, don't tell, because some people, like myself included, we don't want to know. I want to figure it out for myself. I want to go out of my way to take the time in and catch a fish. And if I wasn't able to, that's my own fault. That's my knowledge that I need to go and get more on and get more knowledge, figure it out, etc. And yeah, so I'm kind of one of those guys that likes to figure it out by myself. But Um, they don't want to respond. Snag fish. Yeah, there's people that snag fish, yeah, and then they'll pretend like they caught the biggest fish of their life, man. That's not cool neither. If you didn't genuinely catch it like in the mouth, then I don't know. Not saying snagging a fish is like it happens on accident. It's happened to me so many times before, but um I don't know. Hey, what kind of leader do you guys like for flipping and pitching? What size leader do y'all like? What poundage of leader do y'all like for flipping and pitching? Same about being independent on what lure to use. Yeah, it's just that's how I feel, man. I don't want you to tell me that's gonna ruin the whole point. Like unless I'm around a bunch of people, or if I'm on a boat with a bunch of people and everyone's catching them, and then at that point, okay, tell me. Like I want in on the fun. But if we're at a pond and I'm walking past a random person, I don't want them to tell me nothing. Don't give me no information. Don't tell me, oh, I caught a big one over there. Don't. I don't like preconceived notions because sometimes you get an idea in your head. It's like, buddy, you might have caught that fish off of luck. You don't even know if that's what they want. You could have just donked him on the head and he was just there and he bit. He decided. Like, there's only so much you can control. With fishing, there's only so much you can control. We cannot control the weather. We cannot control their appetite. We cannot control the decision or choice where they choose to be at the end of the day. And we cannot decide whether they want to bite your lure once they see it. There's a lot we can't control in fishing. So I don't like preconceived notions. I like to figure them out for myself and get an idea, like literally piece together the puzzle, piece together the story to be like, okay, I did this, I did that, I did this worked because of this. I might switch to this and have more success, etc. Each lake is a jigsaw puzzle and I want to put the pieces together. Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself, brother. 100%. You know, like don't tell me that don't put together the puzzle for me, cause then what? I'm just staring at the picture. Let me figure it out. No, I'm with you. I'm so with you on that. Oh golly. Do you guys like to flip and pitch straight braid? I know you like to use 20-pound braid. But do y'all like to use a leader at all? Do y'all like to put a fluorocarbon leader? Or do y'all just straight braid flipping and pitching? I use 15-pound Power Pro, not a leader. And I'm reading these guys' opinions. I don't have any braids, so I just go with mono. Okay, that's fair. Gotta get some braid, brother. It'll make fishing a little bit easier on you. It is a learning curve to use braid. I don't know if you heard me talking about all that, but there's a learning curve that comes to using braid versus monofilament. Yeah, I think it's worth learning. I think it is worth learning. When I first picked up braid, I wanted to just go straight back to mono. Then I kept fishing braid for about like a couple months. And then I really wanted to go back to mono. I was like, dude, screw this. I'm done. I'm not going to use braid. And then I just kept on with it. I said, just keep trying, keep learning. Use different baits. See how this bait functions with braid. See how this one functions with braid. See how that works. This works, that. Eventually, I started piecing it together like, okay, there's no stretch on braid. You have to be a lot more sensitive when you're working your baits. You got to be more sensitive when you hook set. You got to be more patient when you hook set. There's a lot of stuff to learn when you throw braid, but when you get there and you get to that point, you'll see what I'm talking about, and you'll figure it out for yourself. And it's something you're just gonna have to go through. It's just one of those processes. Yeah, I just haven't gotten any yet. I believe it, man. I'm sure you'll get around to it eventually, and when you do, you may hate it for a long while, but just try and stick with it, and you'll see the results. I promise. I mean, beyond the fact that like to me, braid just lasts longer than mono. On my spools, I have to respool my mono and fluorocarbon pretty frequently, but braid can stay on there for 6 months out of the year. I think I legitimately only replace my braid every 6 months. I don't have to change it out unless I'm doing some really, really heavy frogging or flipping and pitching, where I'm just cutting and retying, cutting and retying, cutting and retying, or there's a lot of scum, which even then, you can clean your braids. So it's, I don't know, because I've been fishing with mono for years and it just fits my budget. Yeah, that totally makes sense, man. Look, I mean, I'll show you something. You okay, buddy? You okay? Okay. Sorry about that. My fan fell over on the floor and it almost hit my doggy, and I had to make sure he was okay. It didn't hit him though. He's fine. We're all good. Bass fishing, etc. Welcome back, brother. Glad to have you. We're still going strong. It has been 4 hours and 27 minutes, so almost 4.5 hours. And what I was trying to show you, Jonas, is I still use mono from time to time. I still have it. I keep it with me. It's 12-pound Berkeley Trilene mono, and I'll use it as backing. I'll use it as a line for my walking baits. I'll use it for topwater poppers occasionally, but other than that, I don't use it for too much other than leader line or backing line. But I still keep it. I still have it. So don't feel like because you're fishing on a budget, everybody else has got something better than you, and whatever the case may be, fish with what you can afford, right? Like at the end of the day, people used to catch fish with line that was made out of freaking hair, or line that was made out of braided grass, or line that was made out of literally like plant fibers that were twisted together. So I don't know, man. Monofilament still catches them to this day. It's affordable, it's cheap, you can use it for whatever else you might, I mean, any situation really, but I just wouldn't recommend. There's some techniques with it that I don't recommend, like frogging and flipping and pitching. Don't use mono. You're gonna have a bad time. Even if, like, there's people that are gonna say, oh, I use mono, I still catch fish on frogs and stuff like that. I'm not doubting it. I would be willing to bet every ounce of my money in my wallet that I probably have a higher cast to catch ratio on braid than mono, or than someone else using mono. That's just the truth. Yeah, I did have braid, but I had a bad backlash, and so probably when I go to Walmart I get some. Yeah, see, that's one thing. I don't know if I mentioned that, but when you're fishing with braid, it has no memory, which can be a really good thing. But because it has no memory, it doesn't want to snap back. Like, look, man, it just wants to knot up, right? Like whenever I pinch this line, it takes that shape. It doesn't want to bounce back like a monofilament would. Whenever you have monofilament and you bend it over and you let go, the line bounces right back to the shape that it originally had. So it's less likely to get tangled up. As well as braid can get loose, which that's probably what happened. If the line was kind of coming out from underneath or inside of the spool, that happens whenever your braid becomes loose on the inside of the, like you've spooled it up, but then somewhere deep inside of that spool, the braid has come loose and come out. So your braid can be very loose sometimes, and that happens and can cause wind knots, backlash, bird's nest, all that terrible stuff that you don't want to experience. But that's kind of what I was mentioning by, like, it's a learning curve. Fishing with braid is a learning curve. It's a lot more sensitive. You got to be a lot more accurate with your casts, and you got to kind of side cast, try not to overhand rainbow that thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff you got to do with braid. that you can't do with mono, or there's a lot of things that you have to do differently when you transfer from fishing from mono to braid. It's just a slight learning curve, and a lot of people will quit. Like the moment they cast and get their first backlash of braid, they just quit. That's not the way to go about fishing, man. You can't give up. Never give up. Like, we know that, but you got to work your butt off and keep trying till something works, or till you get comfortable, until you learn how to make it work. Congrats on 3K. Thank you very much, man. We hit 3,000 last night in the live stream. I've been working my butt off, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm not satisfied. 3K is not enough. I want at least 10K within the next couple months. I want to hit 10K within like the next 2 months, if I'm being honest with you, which I know is a pretty tough goal, but I think I can make it happen. I think my viewers can make it happen, to be honest. You guys are pretty amazing. Like, I think I have probably one of the best audiences. Y'all are really kind, and y'all are positive. Y'all are intelligent. Honestly, I'm not just talking y'all up. Like, I mean it. I see the comments y'all post. I respond to as many as I can, and I just think that if any audience to be the one to make it happen, it would be mine. Like, I genuinely think we could hit 10K, and after that, I think we could get to 100K, and after that, I want to get to 1 mil. Like, I want to break 1 mil. I want to be that fishing YouTuber that has 1 million subs. I want to make it happen. And I think it really could. I just got to keep grinding and keep showing my face every day, and just, I don't know, just keep working hard, man. Just keep grinding, keep trying. But I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for noticing that. It's a big step up. I remember whenever I first started out doing it, I was really excited. I had gotten into YouTube, and I went up to my mom and I said, "Hey, like, I got 32 subscribers." I was going crazy. My eyes were lit up. I had 32 subs. I never thought I'd even make it to 32, because I didn't know 32 people in real life that were subbed to me. Like, I knew that I had 12 subs. I had, like, some were my buddies. One of them was like my buddy's cousin, my girl, my family. I had like 12 subs that I knew were people that I knew in person, and I got up to 32. I was like, I got like 20 random people that like subbing and watching to me. This is crazy. Then I got to 300. I was like, what the hell? Like, 300 subs. I'm in triple digits. How is this happening right now? I couldn't believe it, and I was so like thankful and appreciative, and my mind was blown. And now I'm at 3K. I never thought I'd be at 3K. I never, not one clue, thought I would make it to 3,000, and at this rate, yeah, like, I just never thought that I would be here now at this point in time. I thought I would still be struggling my butt off, and just feels good to know that some of the hard work has paid off, but I also know that I have got a long journey ahead of me, and I'm not stopping here. I know that I got some big goals, big dreams, a ton of videos lined up, guys. I've got so many videos ready, like, in here and written down on paper and put in my notes in my phone and stuff like that. There's so many video ideas that I can't wait to make happen for y'all. So yeah, I'm just glad that we're here now. Happy that you made it. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. I really feel like I've been working my butt off, and it feels good to at least see a little bit of just to see a little bit of, like, I don't want to say respect, what's the right word, recognition, just to get a bit of recognition. It feels good, man, because all my life I feel like I've worked my butt off, and no one really appreciates me. I know that sounds so lame. I'm not really trying to seek attention, but no one's really ever came up to me in person and been like, dude, you're really good at this, or dude, you're really smart, or dude, I really like, I like watching you fish. I like that you're a good fisherman, or I think you're, like, no one in person really does that. YouTube actually is really where that happens, where I get, like, really nice, kind people like y'all that have common sense. And of course, you get the people without common sense, and you get the trolls. That's the internet for you. That's literally the internet for you. That's going to be there. But it feels good, man. It feels good to be at this point. I'm just happy to be here. And it feels good to get a bit of recognition. I think that's something I've chased my whole life, is just making everyone proud. Bro, I just want to make everybody proud. Like, from my mom and dad and my family, all the way to my sweet girl and her family, all the way to my best friends and all the way to the people that watch my channel, whether they watch it once a week or they're watching it every day like you guys hanging out with me. I want to make everyone proud. Like I want people to be able to brag about me with integrity when I'm around or when I'm not around. I want people to remember me for who I am and for someone that was good at X, Y, and Z. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Love your content. Keep up the good work. Thank you. See, like that right there, I'm not going to sit here and beg for subs and views and likes and comments and all that stuff. I'll say it at the end of a video just because I think that it's better for traffic and it's better to remind people kind of as a reminder. But man, I'm not on here begging for nothing. I mean, y'all can super chat me. I'm pretty sure. I've never asked for a super chat and I don't plan to. I'm not going to sit here and beg for money. That's just weird. The one thing I want is I want to make people proud, and I want it to come from a genuine place. Like when you guys are going out of y'all's way to say something like what y'all are saying now, all love and support on my end. Thank you, Guildmaster. That means a lot, bro. And that's what I'm doing it for. That's what I'm doing it for, man. I want real people, real life people, because I know y'all are real, genuine human beings, to feel this way about me. I do. I want people to be proud of me. I want people to know what I'm capable of, and I want people to, I want to be acknowledged a little bit. So I guess you could say I do kind of seek the audience a little bit, but it's not coming from a negative place or an attention-seeking place. It's coming from a place of just wanting to make people proud and showing people like my integrity. This is how I operate. This is how I do things, and I hope to one day lead people by example. Because man, if we're being honest, if y'all are on the internet as much as I am, y'all see how crappy people are. There's a lot of terrible people. It's easy to be rude over the internet. First of all, it's easy to do the wrong thing. It's easier to be mean and nasty to someone than it is to suck it all up and be nice. It's hard. It takes someone with a big heart and intelligence to be able to do that. It takes someone with kindness to be able to go out of their way and choose to be kind regardless of what life situation you're in, regardless how upset or annoyed you are or irritated or what else might be stressing you out. It takes a lot for someone to turn around and just maintain positivity, and then to take it on a place like the internet. Like, man, guys, it's so easy to be behind a screen, to type on a keyboard where your face isn't even showing and be even nastier, right? Like, it's easy to be mean. It's hard to be nice. It's even easier to be mean over the internet. That's the problem. And I think that a lot of people, because it's so easy, it's becoming the common thing, right? Like, oh, it's so easy, everyone's doing it now. Everyone's being mean to everyone. I got on, this guy was mean to me, I'm gonna go be mean to the next person. That's not right, guys. I want to lead by example. I want to be the most positive person or the best version of myself every day that I wake up. I want to be the best version of myself, and I want every other human around me to be the best version of themselves as well. And that includes like anyone watching my channel. To me, y'all are people around me. Y'all influence me just as much as I influence y'all. Like, the kindness and positivity y'all show me affects a lot of how I'm feeling and how I'm going through my day. And of course, I don't let the negative comments get to me, but it's like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like when people are being mean, it's hurtful, it's upsetting. It's like, beyond it being upsetting to me as an individual, forget me and my ego, it's upsetting to see human beings behave this way with one another. And I hope you guys get what I mean. He's just speaking facts. He's the most inspirational person I've ever met. Thank you. That's all I'm trying to do, man. I just want to inspire people to be better, so that way, if I'm not wishing nothing on me, but God forbid, if anything happens and I'm not here on this earth anymore, I want everyone to remember me for what I did, what my impact was, how I affected people positively, and who I was as a person. I want people to be inspired by that. Guys, you have to lead by example. Be the change you want to see. If you're tired of people being rude all the time, you got to go out there and start touching people's hearts, bro. Start being nice to one another and just be kind and show love, bro. Show love to everybody, because it's free. It's free. It costs nothing. And you're going to sleep better at the end of the day for it. And beyond sleeping better and beyond that, it's free. You feel good for it. It's the right thing to do. We as humans know right from wrong. We know not to hurt one another. in the back of our brain, we got that guy that says, hey, don't do that. That's wrong. That's why we're not out here killing, stealing, robbing, and doing all this terrible stuff. But there doesn't have to be oh, well, this is okay, but this isn't. Like, if we know wrong from wrong, we should just try and avoid it. And we're human. Everyone makes mistakes. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But we got to try and be the best version of ourselves that we can be every day we wake up. God bless you. God bless you too, man. Thank you so much. That means a lot. I appreciate that. What's the point of being different on and off camera? There's no point of it. No, there isn't, man. It's weird, man. It's weird to me. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know how people do it. I don't. And that's why you see a lot of these guys get exposed for faking content. You see a lot of these guys get caught up in controversy and drama and problems. That's something you won't see on this channel. There's no space for that. There's no space for that in real life. There's no space for that in fishing. Like, bro, okay, I don't care how possessive or whatever this sounds. Don't bring that into my sport. Don't bring negativity into my sport. This is my sport. This is what I love doing. You're not going to bring negativity and hate and the trolling and the bull crap, trash talking and the drama, bro. It's fishing. Let's really break this down from a fundamental standpoint. Why do we go fishing? Why do we, as human beings, like to go fishing? To get away from things. To escape the day-to-day reality, the concrete jungles that we know exist, and to get reconnected with nature again. I love to go fishing by myself. I like to be alone. I love the peace and the solidarity, the comfort that comes to my mind. I can relax for peace, right? Dill Cheese, welcome to the chat, bro. For peace. Why do we fish? For peace, right? So there is no space in this industry or in this sport for anyone to show up being negative, rude, hurtful to anyone. I won't stand for it. I won't acknowledge it. I won't stand for it. I won't have it in my industry, man. This is our sport, guys. Fishing is fishing is my therapy. Fishing is your therapy. Fishing is everyone's therapy, man. And we all know it. We can all agree on that one fact, right? We all go fishing for the peace that we get, man. When you've dealt with so much crap and it's on your brain, and people are, let's say, like, people are being rude to you, or you didn't do good at something and it's bothering you, all of that goes away when you're out on the water. You start fishing, you make a cast, all of that goes away, man. You're not thinking about how you didn't do good on that test. You're not thinking, and if you are, you're probably thinking about it in a more positive light. You're thinking about it like, man, how can I do better? How can I get better? Or you may genuinely feel yourself slowly start to, if you're upset about something, that anger kind of fade away and dissipate. It's a release. It is a release from our pain and negativity that we experience on a day-to-day basis. There's no room for negativity. There's no space for it in this industry, guys. There's no space for it in this sport. That's something I'm going to preach till the end of me. And yeah, I just hope that that's the main thing. I hope that, fishermen get passed on. Like, I don't know about you guys, but a lot of the stuff that I learned as a fisherman, I learned from the OGs, man, from the guys that are up there. They're not here anymore. They're not, or I learned it from YouTube videos from the guys that are still the OGs, man, watching KVD growing up, watching Mike Iaconelli growing up, watching Bill Dance growing up, watching all these people. Yeah, man, you get inspiration from the ones before you, and they're the ones that maintained that positivity and the true childlike and the true nature of fishing. They embodied it, and they're carrying it on. It's up to us to carry that same respect and stuff for it. But yeah, I think that's enough about trying to inspire and be positive. I gotta spool up this line. Even when you don't catch anything, it's just awesome being there and to do the stuff we love. Yes, man, I completely agree. Seeing the line fly off of my reel is the best feeling I get in the world. Especially if it's a sunny day, the line catching that fluorocarbon, and you just see it pitch it out, and the line is just like super clear. It's got that glint of the sunlight, and it's coming in, coming back, going, you know what I mean? Like, that's the good feeling, bro. That's the good feeling. The relaxation and the therapy, right? Some people, they smoke because the action, the therapy of doing the hand signal, the therapy of making the cast is for me. It's that repetitive motion that I just love. And sometimes I won't even feel like myself. If I haven't gone fishing in a certain amount of time, I'll literally feel like I'm missing my fix. Like, oh, okay, I'm not me anymore. I got to get back out there and remember who I am. How many rods is too many rods? There can never be too many. Never be too many rods, brother. As many as you can afford, go for it. Within reason. Don't go bankrupt trying to buy every single rod. But I now currently, just this last month, I purchased the final rod in my lineup. Like the last rod that I was truly looking for. I got them all. I have every single one I've ever wanted, and it's going to be like that. And that's just how I like to fish, man. It's crazy how Bill Dance is still going out and giving people tips and motivation to go out and fish. Right, man. Think about that. He established himself in an industry where he was able to become so popular, he retired and then still continued doing it. He loves to do it. He just likes to do it, man. He just genuinely likes to get out there. Bro, same. I know y'all relate, guys, because what I'm saying is I'm not just saying it like I'm some sort of genius. I'm just saying what I know we truly feel inside at the end of the day. What's your favorite lure right now? Permanently a jig. I can't put a jig down, but if you're talking about like what brand, that's tough. Like what's my favorite brand of bait and lure that I just cannot put down? Whew, that's tough. You got me on the spot. All right, I'm not going to lie. I said a jig, but favorite lure right now that I just can't put down, Amanda? Berkeley Swamp Lord. A Berkeley Swamp Lord. If you've ever fished the new Berkeley Swamp Lord frogs, they're so good. Gillmaster, I don't know if you're still in here, bro. If you've checked out the Berkeley Swamp Lords, I know that they're not like a new release or anything, but they're like relatively new to the fishing industry. I love those things, bro. Like, those are my top right now. I'm sure that fat will go away. I also really love the Berkeley Power Blade, and I'm not sponsored by Berkeley or anything. I just think they make some really nice baits, and yeah, I'm just kind of a fan of them right now. I'm sure that will change, but what's permanently my favorite lure of time, because you said right now, so I answered right now. What's my favorite lure of all time is a jig, just any jig. The Walk the Dog is awesome on them. Yeah. It really is. I love those frogs so much. I have one tied up on my topwater rod right now. Let's go, bro. I love that. That's so cool, bro. I got a couple in my frog box as well that, like, bro, the color patterns on them. The color patterns, like, someone took so much time and detail in them. I don't know if I don't know what colors y'all have, but one of the ones I do have is Potomac Frog. That thing looks insane, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure I bought it because of its appearance. So good. I use them, and snag-proof topwater dogs are awesome as well. Snag-proof topwater dogs? Are you talking about like this one? Are you talking about like this one, Gillmaster? Because I was showing this one in here. I forget who I was showing this one to, and they wanted to buy it, but I told them they shouldn't, and then they wanted to buy it because it's an old school one. I did find it at a pond, and I knew it was vintage by the way it looked. I love finding vintage lures and keeping them. But yeah, man, the Swamp Lords are so good right now. So Amanda, if you're looking to get a favorite lure right now, check out the Swamp Lords if you don't already have one. And if you're just looking to get on a good bite, you can never go wrong with the jig. Right now, summertime, so yeah, pretty much. Have you tried the frog hack where you put them in boiling water to make it softer? Yes, I have a video of that on my channel actually, where I'm discussing a few more than just that frog hack. So if you guys are looking for some frog hacks, definitely don't be shy to go check that out. It's a pretty good video, and to be honest with you, I think like a lot of pro fishermen or a lot of these YouTube fishermen don't really like when I make a video like that. Like, I know they don't like it because they spend 10 to 15, 20, 30 minutes on a video where they're trying to explain these hacks, and I did it in 60 seconds. It's in a short. You can go check it out. It's a 60-second short. I'm breaking down like my top 3 frog hacks. If you do those hacks, I promise you the hookup ratio on every topwater frog bite you get is just going to go through the roof. I went from probably having a 30% cast to catch land ratio to literally like 90%. I barely miss topwater frog bites anymore. Like, if I don't have them on a topwater frog, it's because they didn't get the bait in a right manner. Like, they hit it in a weird way, or they just swiped at it. It typically doesn't have anything to do with the frog itself anymore. So Definitely check those updates out if y'all like fishing a frog. I don't know why I'm holding this thing around and waving it like it's a freaking hot dog wiener, but yeah, these things do work pretty great. This vintage one, Snag Proof, has a 1/2 ounce. They call it pup. I use the pup. They have some cool colors. Okay, bet I'll check it out. I've seen the is it, I think it's called the Zoo Dog. Is it called the Zoo? Here, I'll look it up real quick, brother. I got my laptop here, so any questions, anything y'all want me to look up, y'all feel free to let me know. Let me check it out. Yeah. Buddy, you're talking about the Zoo Dog. You ain't talking about the pup. Unless the pup is a smaller one. Snag Proof Zoo Dog. That's made by American Bait Works, I think. Or something like that. You talking about this one, Bubba? That's what I'm talking about, Zoo Pup. They have a Zoo Pup? Or are you just mixing up the pup and the dog? I do that all the time, so no judgment here, brother. Oh, they do have a Zoo Pup. Oh, you're right. They have two. They have the Zoo Dog and the Zoo Pup. So I'm familiar with the Zoo Dog. It's a little bit bigger. The Zoo Pup is a little bit smaller. That's what's up, bro. Yeah, I use the Zoo Pup. Yeah, I think the Zoo Pup is more relatively similar to this one. I think Zoom made some hollow belly spooks. Oh, that's nuts. Look up bass fishing etc on YouTube, bro. I got you. Bass fishing etc YouTube. This is you right here, brother. Guys, don't be afraid to go check him out. He's got some pretty decent looking shorts. He's got a whole bunch of fish on his channel. Shout out Bass Fishing etc. And guys, don't be afraid to go check out Gillmaster as well. I believe that Gillmaster has his Gillmaster is a bait maker, and he does have some baits that he makes on his channel. I think everyone in this chat has a channel. Yep, Fish with Jonas has a channel, and he says he posts every day too, guys. Y'all make sure to go check out Fish with Jonas as well. Shout out to everybody that has a fishing channel, man. I'm not trying to keep anything away from y'all. I want everybody to be in the spotlight. Gillmaster, okay, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to search it. I couldn't find it. I don't know if you heard me struggling. Yeah, guys, go check them out. Gillmaster. Gillmaster, do you have the video up with the 2-piece lifelike fishing lure, the 6-segment crankbait? There's a lot of people that have something similar to your name, so. There's the Gillmaster, there's Gillmaster Plain, there's 8779 Gillmaster. I know, I'm just struggling. I can't find it. See, like, I'm looking it up. I'm trying to find it, but it just keeps popping up with other people. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to find it. What's the last Gillmaster? If you've left me a comment on a short, if you've left me a comment on a short or a video or something and you remember what the last one was, let me know. I'll be able to search it up and I can find it. I can find it on here. It'd just be a lot easier. Because I'm searching for it. It's really not popping up for me, brother. And I tried searching it the other night when you told me. I couldn't find it. I was struggling. Yes, but he does sell baits, guys, and you definitely should go check it out. Yes, please do, bro, because I've been trying to find it, and I'm struggling. So please let me know what it is. I'll go click on it from there, and I can pull it up on here and give it a good look through, because I know you told me you make baits, and I wanted to check them out last night. But to be honest, we ended the live stream pretty late, and I don't know if you could tell, but I was so exhausted. But yeah, shout out to everyone. Shout out to Fish with Jonas. Shout out to Gillmaster. Shout out to Bass Fishing etc, guys. Shout out everyone, man. At Gillmaster Baits. Okay, Gillmaster. Aha, I got you, brother. Yeah, that does work. I hit you with the sub, Gillmaster, just because, you know, you've been so straight up. Like, bro, you've been here from the start. Um, so, yeah, I just had to hit you with the sub, brother. I'm just so thankful for you. You have an Etsy shop. Nice. Okay, let's pull it up. Let's pull this thing up. Shout out to you. Thanks, brother. Heck yeah, man. Guys, go check out everyone. Fishing with Jonas. Posts every day or daily. Let's do a little search. Paste and search. Hey, Gillmaster, Bubba. The link in your description. The link in your description that you have does not send people to the Etsy shop. That might be something you want to go fix and work on immediately, because that's important. Whenever I'm copying and pasting that link, this is all that's coming up, and it's random Etsy shops popping up on Safari. It's not going straight directly to Etsy with your shop, and I think that might be due to the Gillmaster. There might be a little space in there. I don't know if that space is supposed to be there, and Gillmaster Baits in that link there, but definitely go check out the link in your description, man. It seems like it's not copying and pasting too well. Do you sell them in, it says in Canada. Do you sell them in Canada? Oh, okay. I found it. I found it. I found it, but I will say this. I definitely think you need to take that space out, because that's all I did. I removed the space from that link that you have, and then I copied and pasted it in, and it worked. But I don't know if that's just a me thing. I don't want you to go make that change and then it not work for other people. So what I recommend is, once you get the link fixed to what you think it should be. Yeah, here, let me try it again. Gillmaster Baits, and I'm taking the space out from Master Space Baits. Yeah, that's working immediately. Gillmaster, you want to go take that space bar out of your website link. That's ruining it. It's not allowing people to get a direct link to Etsy. Once I removed the space bar and I copied and pasted it, it immediately sent me to it. So, does anyone have Instagram? If so, follow me and I'll follow back. I don't know why it hid that message. I think it's because it thinks you're trying to like use my page to promote yourself. I don't really have a problem with you doing it and saying stuff like that, but yeah, Jonas said if anyone has an Instagram, follow me, I'll follow back, guys. And y'all can feel free to follow my Instagram as well. What space should I take out? In the link in your description, I don't know if this is showing up, but in the link in your description where it says www.etsy.com/shop/Gillmaster-baits and then parenthesis, you want to take out the space in between Gillmaster and Baits there at the end. And another thing to note is that the parentheses on your website link are not there. Like whenever you copy and paste a link, you don't use the parentheses because that won't send you to the correct website. So as a recommendation, you might want to just use like, you might want to take away the parentheses. That's just a recommendation though, because some people might make the mistake of copying and pasting the parentheses and then searching that as well, and that will not come up with the proper website either. So there's that. Fish with Jonas. I just want to talk about fishing. Yeah, no problem, bro. I think YouTube automatically does hold some comments for review. just in case someone comes in here and says like racial slurs or anything that they should not be saying, it'll automatically hold the message off, and it'll allow me to view it first. Typically what I'll do in a situation where I get a message that is held for review, like it just held that one, I'll just hit show. I'll read the message myself. I'll read it out loud if I think it's appropriate on the live stream. If it's not, I'll just leave it redacted, just because I want this to be a safe, friendly space for everyone. And I'm not saying that freedom of speech doesn't exist. Anyone can say whatever they want, but there's certain things that I will not allow on the channel where it just gets to a point of like negativity or trolling. That's not cool with me. But feel free to say whatever you want like that, man. And if YouTube restricts it, I'll make sure I read it, and then I'll read it out loud if it's something appropriate like that. I fixed it. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, man. I got you, bro. I got you. Just don't forget me, bro. Don't forget me. Yeah, man. That's popping up directly to your website. So if you weren't getting any views at your website now, or if you were telling people to go check out your website, they were not having the ability to. Now they'll be able to. I hope that helps you. I hope that helps you make a sale. So I got a question. How are you making these baits? Are you using an injection kind of mold system? These look very interesting. Can he put the link in the chat? I cannot find his channel. I can't actually add anything to the chat. I can't type to you guys in the chat, unfortunately. I don't think so. I've tried. I tried earlier when the stream wasn't working so good. All I can do is add a poll to the live chat. That's pretty much all I can do. What kind of molds are you using? What kind of injection molds are you using? Another just, I don't know if you are enjoying me giving any advice, but like some of these pictures, the bait looks really nice. Some of these pictures, if I'm being honest, the bait is a little bit crooked. It's a little bit bent out of place. I don't know if that's the way it was placed down when you took the picture, or I don't know if it happened to get warped a little bit in the injection process, but do the best you can to try and post clean pictures of your baits. Because if someone sees a wacky bent bait like that, they might not want to buy it. They might think twice. Not like this black and blue one. This one right here looks really nice. That looks sweet. Yes, I'm using injection into molds. What kind of molds are you using? Are you using aluminum molds, or are you using ceramic molds? Or are you using clay molds? Or are you using silicone molds? There's a lot of different molds out there. Can you put the link in the chat to his Etsy? I cannot do that. Bass Fishing ETC, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, the chat does not allow me to put links in here. If I could, I would. That's just not even an option for me to do that. Hey Gil, if you want, I can promote your lures and bait making if you want. Yes, that is pretty cool. I as well can do that for you. Gilmaster, if you end up wanting to send some baits over, because I know yesterday in the stream you were mentioning potentially sending over those not chatterbaits, excuse me, those clickbaits. If you do want someone to promote your baits, like Jonas is mentioning, feel free to send me a pack or something, and I don't have any problem showing them off. I'm not gonna lie to you, I have probably over like 2,000 stick baits. I have a lot of stick baits, so I don't necessarily need them. If there's someone else that might need them before me, feel free to give it to them first. But if you want someone to show off your baits on a YouTube channel, then feel free. You could send them over, and if you want, you could throw in some of those clickbaits, and I'll review those too. But no sweat. Type in @GilmasterBaits and the website is in the page. Yes, yeah, that's what worked for me. Bass Fishing ETC. Can I leave it in the screen? I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean like pointed at it, I can, but here. This is his page right here. This is Gillmaster's Etsy. He's got some stick baits for sale. He sells them for $5 and it's free shipping. So it's pretty affordable, more affordable than most stick baits you'd find on the market. And you just contact him right here by hitting the contact button. And it's pretty good, man. So pretty much you just click on his featured item and you select the color options. He's got green, gold, orange, blue, and purple. You add whichever one you want to the cart. Let's say purple, because you know your boy is a fiend for the purple. And you add it to cart. Oh, rare find already in the cart. Boom, we've got it in the cart. And then you hit proceed to checkout and you pay. I'm not signed in. I don't have a card linked to Etsy. So I can't really go any further past this. But that's pretty much all you got to do, guys. And you can go on there and support him and his bait making. Pretty cool, guys. That's something that I definitely will be looking into in the future, is how to make some baits. So yeah, I love that. I love seeing people make baits. I love people being enthusiastic about it. And yeah, man, I don't know. I just think it's a good habit, or it's a good hobby to have. I don't know. I support anyone that makes baits. Thanks for the shout out, everyone. Bro, no problem, man. It's my pleasure. I know I don't have a whole ton of people in my life. I'm not famous or popular or anything for it. But I think one day we're going to get there. Like, I think definitely one day I'll be there, guys. I think I'll be there, and we'll be live streaming, and it'll be like, I'll have to yell at the other people and tell them to stop chatting because I'm trying to see what Gillmaster and Fish with Jonas and Bass Fishing are saying. But I think one day it's going to be so full that the chats are just going like crazy, and I'm going to have to read and try my best, and it'll be a lot of fun. My buddy Custom makes a lot of baits, and I probably could ask him if I could send you some. Feel free, man. I don't want to take anything away from anyone, man. Like, if y'all have watched my videos, I spent $10,000 on a whole bunch of baits. My wall is covered in baits. I have everything I could want and more. I don't want to take anything away from anyone. So if anyone has less, or if anyone doesn't have as much, I don't want to be taking food off anyone's plate. I don't want to be taking baits out of anyone's tackle box. But if they're extra, if they're spares, if there's some that he has that he just has them laying around, and you could say, hey, he'll show them off on his channel and he'll give you a shout out, feel free, man. Yeah, baits. Yeah, I know you're talking about baits, but I don't want to take baits off of any. I use that as an analogy, the food off of anyone's plate, but I just meant I don't want to take baits away from anyone that doesn't have a lot of them. Now, if y'all have them in abundance, or if they're just extras laying around, or if they're like ones that he really couldn't sell or something like that, feel free to send them over, man. And just make sure you leave some sort of like a little note with the name, the description of how people can find him, his link, maybe a logo if he has a logo, pretty much all the information on his business. And I would be more than happy to shout him out and show off the baits and show to the people that they work and catch fish. Yeah, man, I'm just here to help everyone out. I don't want to take anything away from anyone. So if he doesn't have a lot, if he does it for money and he's like, no, man, I can't spend it, I don't want to. I don't want to take it from you. If I had the spending money, I probably would make my own lures. It costs money to start out doing, but once you have the equipment, you own it forever. And at that point, all you have to buy is plastisol. It's worth it. It's 100% worth it. You can be a lot more customized with the colors and bait selection. Pretty much everything is just going to be way better when it comes to a custom-made bait, as long as it's made properly. If it's injected properly, if it's weighted properly, and if it's mixed thoroughly, if it's heated properly. There's a lot of things that go into bait making that a lot of people don't realize. But when I have my bait shop, I will. I believe in you. I think you'll be there, Jonas. It just takes time. It takes effort. It takes money. Everything costs money nowadays. Nothing is free. Nothing's free. And there's no one, like, man, these bait companies that are sponsoring people, you got to be the top of the top to really get stuff. Even if you're a sponsored pro, some of the pros don't get free stuff. They got to pay for their stuff. So. Like Mar King. Like Mar King. Explain who Mar King is, please. I love you, Ben Ben. Marking makes a lot of custom baits and hard baits. Oh, is that's someone that golly, man, my throat's starting to hurt. Just nonstop chit chatting. Message redacted. Message retracted. I'm not sure what you said, but you need to refill the gallon jug with tea. Yeah, sweet tea. That'd be nice, man. I gotta tell my old lady when she gets home to make me some sweet tea, and I'll fill this whole jug up. But just drinking good old water, guys. Stay hydrated, stay healthy. Don't be drinking too much soda. Soda's great. I love me a good old Dr. Pepper, but it should be too much. So you like the bait colors? That makes me feel good because I had those colors in my head. Yeah, man. I think they're pretty nice. Some of them are pretty standard in the industry, like black and blue. I saw that on there, and like it looks like I saw a watermelon seed kind of color, but yeah, man, it's good stuff. Just standard custom stuff. Yeah, and I think the more that you keep at it, the more you'll learn, the more you'll get to. I do plan on making some baits myself, so maybe that's something we'll get to experience together. Gill Master, going through that process, you'll be able to kind of laugh at me and be like, "You're doing this wrong" or something. I don't know. Made a typo, so you deleted it. No problem, brother. They even have cool names, but Etsy doesn't let me name them. Oh, that's dumb, bro. Oh, that's lame. What the heck? I'd be calling them some crazy stuff like dragon fruit. I don't even know. Do I have an Oculus? What? That sounds so familiar. I feel like that's a piece of technological equipment. An Oculus, is that like the Gil gonna be the next Zoom? That's funny. I might, man. Hey, the bait making stuff that I'm getting in, I think y'all are gonna like it. I don't want to give away anything because I'm not gonna show that off on the channel for a little bit, but yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. Do I have an Oculus though? I feel like Lightbulb, Bruise, Midnight Swamp, Gold Rush. Yeah, those are pretty sweet names, dude. That's bad, A. Oculus, I feel like that is the, it's that virtual reality thing, right? I don't know. Isn't that the VR? Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what's up, man. That's pretty sweet. No, I don't have a VR headset. I've played with it before. Not gonna lie, one time me and my buddies got pretty drunk and we played VR, and that was the craziest experience I've ever had with VR. I've tried it, not drunk. It's not even the same. I mean, it's cool, but it definitely feels more real when you're under the influence. But yeah. I don't recommend doing that. Don't go doing that. We were walking through walls and TVs, like breaking stuff all over the place. Hey guys, I'm not gonna lie. I might take a small break and then come back to doing the live stream. just because we have been live streaming for, let's do some math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 5.5 hours. Yes, thank you for being here, Gilmaster. I will see you Friday. I might open up the live stream again tonight because I did not put this line on the reel, and I know that's something I'm going to have to take care of. So if you guys want to watch some more live streams, I'll have it up later today, probably this afternoon, maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock. If not, man, just tune in if you can. If not, no sweat. If so, okay, cool. I'll probably be here then, guys, because I know I got to put this line on, and if I'm going to put it on in my studio anyways, I might as well turn the camera on and hang out and talk to y'all. So, yeah. Anyways, guys, I really appreciate y'all being here, and thanks for everyone's peace and positivity. I appreciate all the comments, and, yeah, there's nothing more to say, guys. I can't wait to see y'all again. Till next time, everybody. Peace.